Vice President Parham, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 18, 2023 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 6:01 p.m. Please note, Trustee Pritchard is teleconferencing into the board meeting this evening. Therefore, all votes shall be by roll call. His location is posted on the agenda. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus. Here. Trustee Davis. Here. Trustee Jones. Here. Trustee Pritchard will be phoning into closed session. He is currently not with us at this time. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos is currently not with us. She will be joining us later in closed session.
Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
We have one speaker, Jennifer Kennedy. Please come forward to the mic, state your name, city of residence, and the topic that you're going to speak on.
Good evening, board. My name is Jennifer Kennedy. I'm an attorney. I'm from Pasadena, and I am speaking on the agenda item tonight regarding expulsions. I see you're going to be considering 2 expulsions, and I wanted to remind you of a law that was just passed. You're probably aware of it. Nancy Skinner's SB 274 that Governor Gavin Newsom just signed into law, and that changes existing California law to prohibit a school from expelling a child for willful disobedience. This is a big change in the law, and what I want to draw your attention to was one of the rationales for giving these children another chance, right? For recognizing that they are children. And I will quote to you from Nancy Skinner's law, and she says, as part of her analysis, the U.S. Supreme Court, and as supported by neuroscience research, has recognized that young people are different. And because of the hallmark features of youth, such as immaturity, impetuosity, and failure to appreciate risks and consequences, are both not as culpable as older people, and they are capable of remarkable change. Now, later tonight, when we address the agenda item on the parent notification policy, I want you to keep that in mind, that children are children, they are impetuous, they are immature, and they are capable of remarkable change, and change they do. And we need to keep that in mind when we're discussing issues later on about whether a child can self-identify as a new gender and whether people need to affirm that. Thank you very much.
The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. Student expulsions, 2 cases. Student readmissions, 2 cases. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. Significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. Conference with real property negotiators. Property South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, KUMA, and unrepresented employees. Public employee employment appointment, Director 2, Safety and Student Services. The board will now recess to closed session.
President Castellanos, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the October 18th, 2023 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:05 p.m. Please note Trustee Pritchard is teleconferencing into the board meeting this evening. Therefore, all votes will need to be done by roll call. His location has been posted on the agenda. As a reminder, per board policy 9323, meeting conduct, requests to address the Board of Trustees will be accepted 30 minutes after the start of open session. Please also note that there are Spanish interpreters attending this evening's board meeting and they are available in the back of the room. Also, if we have any students that are registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before adult speakers. Oral communication is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. Per board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. The per speaker time may be less if there is a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to a non-agenda oral communication comment. We would also like to note that while the public has the right to speak, the district does not condone speech that may be perceived as hateful or discriminatory. The purpose of a school or a school district is to teach. In addition to typical academic subjects, we want to teach young people appropriate behavior and respect for other points of view. Our students are watching and listening to us tonight, so please be respectful. We appreciate your support tonight and modeling respectful and productive public discourse for our students and our entire community. Okay, Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Present.
Trustee Bullockis.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek. Here. Trustee Parham.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here. Okay, tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Deputy Superintendent Clark Hampton.
Right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Davis, seconded by Trustee Hanachek. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek. Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. Mrs. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session.
On agenda item 3A, trustees voted 502 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. Case number 2024002 and case number 2024004 with Trustee Pritchard and Trustee Castellanos absent. On agenda item 3B, student readmission, trustees voted 601 to approve staff recommendation on case numbers 2023-006, 2023-013 with Trustee Castellanos absent. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, C1 and C2, trustees voted 601 to approve staff recommendation on the following cases. 2023-02-0858, case number 2023-040124 with Trustee Castellanos absent. Please note, earlier Trustee Pritchard joined the meeting at 6:08, joining closed session, and Trustee Castellanos joined closed session at 6:23. PM. On agenda item C3, trustees voted 7-0 to approve recommendation on the following case, resolution 222321. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 7-0 to appoint Dr. Renee Johnson to the position of Director 2, Safety and Student Services, effective November the 13th, 2023. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Okay, at this time, I'd like to recognize Superintendent Dr. Chris Brown.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our October 18th regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Capistrano Unified School District. I want to begin by thanking our students, families, and employees for being here tonight and engaging with us in the work of our district. I also want to acknowledge that individuals who have traveled to our district to participate in a meeting of the Board of Trustees, and I'm aware that many groups have been organized from outside our district to be here tonight to engage in the work of our board. Respectful political discourse is essential to our society, and I encourage our students, parents, and staff and employees to be civically minded and civically engaged. Everyone is welcome at the meeting of the board, but I do want to be clear about some of our expectations for this evening. The Capistrano Unified School District provides teaching and learning to 41,000 students from pre-kindergarten through grade 12. Our teachers and administrators set a very high standard for our students. And technology. Often engaging in challenging topics and concepts. And as our students engage in higher levels of learning, they often discuss and debate historical events, literature, and current political and cultural matters. And they do so in ways that are thoughtful, respectful, and appropriate. We have the same expectation here in our boardroom. Tonight, we have numerous speaker cards, and we may be engaged in public comment for an extended period of time. We expect that we will hear respectful public comments without jeers or cheers from the audience. Disorderly and disruptive conduct will not be condoned nor tolerated. And unfortunately, if needed for the board to conduct the business of the district, we will close public comment, clear the boardroom, and continue the meeting of the board. I also want to remind everyone that we have students here in our boardroom, listening outside, listening at home, as well as seated and participating on our dais. As adults, we need to set the example and showcase the high standards we expect for our own students. Our students deserve respect and kindness, including our very own student board member who sits up here with us. Regardless of how tonight goes, we'll be welcoming students back to our campuses and classrooms tomorrow morning, just like we do each and every school day, and working to support every one of them to succeed in their academic career here in CUSD and well beyond their graduation day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, at this time, I'd like to recognize Tyler Pierce for his comments.
Good evening. As I look around the room, I see so many new faces, unfamiliar faces. So let me introduce myself. My name is Tyler Pierce, and I'm a proud senior of San Clemente High School. I'm what you could consider a proud product of the K-12 education system here at Capo Unified School District. As this year's student advisor for the Board of Trustees, I bear both the weight and honor of representing the voices of not one, not 10, but 41,000 K-12 students. Every decision made within these walls, every policy crafted, and every voice heard resonates through the lives of 41,000 individuals, shaping their futures in the education system. Tonight, we're on the cusp of a pivotal decision, the proposed parental notification policy. This policy, which has become the epicenter of discussions in schools and has even claimed headlines all across California and online platforms. This division is undoubtedly noticeable, not even within just room, but within the community. A policy that brings this much level of division, even before its implementation, we must ask, what is this policy going to create among the students if it is passed? A policy that polarizes us to this degree should serve as a red flag. We must carefully outweigh the benefits and the causes. We must figure out if the pros genuinely do outweigh the causes or the cons, sorry. Education should be a sanctuary where minds grow, simply unbothered by the politics and biases of the adult world. While everyone is entitled to their own beliefs, schools must remain a neutral ground. The moment we let individual ideologies infiltrate public schools, we endanger the very principle of education and erode the trust of the students. This policy is not a mere proposal, it's a clear indication attempting to assert dominance in a place meant for growth and unity. Tonight, as we deliberate, I urge the board to consider this. Our duty is to foster an environment where every student, all 41,000 of them, feels safe, valued, and heard. A place where they can learn, grow, and become leaders of tomorrow without fear of judgment or bias. This policy stands contrary to those treasured ideals. I stand firm and unyielding in my commitment to ensuring that our schools remain a safe place away from home for every student. I sincerely hope that we, as responsible leaders of students' futures, make the right decision tonight. That concludes my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on. We're now moving on to oral communications. The total time for oral communications. That's. Any trustees' comments? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, trustee Bowman.
Good evening. How wonderful it is to see so many here tonight as Dr. Merwin is going to present education and support services and accomplishments in 2022-2023. That's why we're all here, right? I want to thank everyone who emailed their thoughts on this parental notification policy being presented tonight. And I need you to know that I read all 1,191 of them that I personally received. I took special note from a parent who had expressed that we need more training for parents because a lot of the issue is about kids not wanting to go and share with their parents. And I think that in reading an article that I had shared with some of those staff members from a developmental psychologist and assistant clinical professor at Yale Child Study Center, that I thought was really excellent on this topic in terms of there are parents who do need to have better skills in reaching out to their students and talking with them. And if that relationship hasn't been there when trying to engage with their children, they can't sound like an inquisition. Conversation needs to be conversational, built on a relationship. And a lot of what we're going to be talking about tonight is in terms of relationships. So as we move through this evening, sharing our thoughts and our concerns, I too ask for civility towards one another, recognizing different points of view. All should be heard respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Bolkus. Any other trustees? Trustee Davis? Oh, trustee
Just
Jones.
to let someone else in the audience use whatever moments I would have used.
Okay, trustee Davis.
I also like to thank everyone for coming tonight. I love that we are engaged in a conversation about lots of good things. I just wanted to highlight some of the fun things that are happening in schools right now. And I got to attend San Clemente High School's Anything Goes. If you haven't seen it, go check it out this weekend. Incredible. San Clemente High School football games in which we beat Mission Viejo. It's a pretty big deal. I think we get about 1 in 10. San Clemente High School girls volleyball games where we've had some. Is it better? Some great games and some water polo games in which we beat San Juan Hills High School yesterday. It was a pretty great game. Had an opportunity to read in a kindergarten class at Truman Elementary and brings me back to teaching kindergarten and what a joy it is to watch kids and see the light and excitement of learning and growing and what they want to share. We did an experiment with pumpkins, as you can imagine, and I was able to deliver them some apples from my apple tree. So it was pretty fun. There's nothing better than watching education through the eyes of a 5-year-old. Absolutely nothing better. The Friday flags and the many events that just in the last 3 weeks since our last board meeting, lots of great things are happening in Capistrano Unified School District. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you, trustee Davis. Any other comments from trustees? No. Okay, now we are moving on to oral communications. Total time for oral communications is 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual unless there's a large number of speakers. Complaints regarding district employees should be addressed by completing the district's formal complaint form through the district website. Please do not stand. Please do not stand while a speaker is speaking. This blocks views of those behind you. Thank you for your consideration of others. Okay, Ms. Hayes. I think we're ready.
We have 16 speakers. So the time will be reduced to 1 minute per board policy.
Okay.
I'll call up the first 10 speakers. I'll ask that you line up in the center aisle. Ryan Heath, Kira Davis, Michelle Palossal Campbell, Rockland Fairweather, Steve Knobloch, Frank Rodriguez, Amber Smith, Chelsea Boyle, Eileen McDermott, Patricia is number 10. Number 11, after these, we'll start with Rosa.
Pardon me, Mrs. Hayes, before they start, this is oral communications, which is not agenda item.
Agenda items.
Okay, right, thank you.
Ryan Heath, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ryan Heath, and I run a nonprofit called the Gavel Project. I'm sure most of you know who I am. I'm here because this district is run by a bunch of liars. This board has repeatedly claimed that it does not teach CRT, but according to your cultural proficiency plan, since 2020, you've given hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Anti-Defamation League for CRT training. The ADL teaches that racism is the marginalization and or oppression of people of color based on a socially constructed racial hierarchy that privileges white people. For the ADL, to have a safe, inclusive, and equitable school climate, schools must use alleged instances of harassment and discrimination as a moment to educate the school community. And that's exactly what happened to my client. It was in the first grade when she was forced to publicly apologize for making her view known that all of her friends have equal worth irrespective of their skin color. You train your staff to discriminate against children. And that's why I'm suing the heck out of this district.
Next speaker is Kira Davis. Thank you, Mr. Heath. Kira, please come forward. Following Kira, we have Michelle Palossal Campbell. Kira, you have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
My name is Kira Davis. I have one child in the district, one graduate from the district. I want to talk today about the ITP. I did email you, Mr. Parham, about the individual transition plan. I haven't heard back from you. The ITP is a customized response plan for students who wish to begin a gender transition at school. It has an option to cut out parents of the process, and it uses AB 1266 as the justification. But I read that bill and it has nothing to do with the topic of ITP. So is the board concerned that using a false justification for cutting parents out of the process might invite legal challenges in the future? We already have a number of lawsuits against, we just heard Ryan, against our district. Perhaps that might be a concern. And as we discuss the parental policy down the road today, I would like the board to answer whether or not this will supersede the ITP. So I'll look forward to your responses.
Our next speaker is Michelle Palossal Campbell.
Good evening, board. I am so happy to be here to tell you the wonderful things that are happening in our PTAs at every school site in this district. We have boo bashes, we have carnivals, we have jogathons, we have readathons, which are even better because they build that love of reading that Lisa Davis was just mentioning. So it's so important that we really are working to support our PTAs as our PTAs work to support our schools. So if you have yet to join your PTA, and I appreciate that Dr. Chris Brown and I know many of our other trustees are members of our PTAs, please go to www.jointotem.com and find your local PTA. That will help you find a PTA at anywhere in the state. So if you're an alumni from like Agoura Hills, you can find your PTA there as well. But please support our Capistrano PTAs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rockland Fairweather. Please come forward. Go ahead.
Hi, I have 14 nieces and nephews, not in the public school system, though I teach for Capistrano Unified. My own brothers simply do not trust what's being taught in the classrooms, especially in middle school and high schools. There have been about 310,000 California students who've left the public school system since 2020. At $88 a day, this equates to approximately $4 billion, a significant financial loss. I know that I'm being pushed to have my students come to school, not be late, to be there. And unless the district starts partnering with parents, more will leave. I've talked to parents who have said, I will be pulling my kids from Capo Unified if such and such happens. So I just want to implore us as teachers, our district. I stand for truth. I believe we should speak truth no matter what the culture says. We should stick to the science. We should speak truth.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve.
Hello, my name's Steve Knobloch. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of San Clemente. We often have meetings where there are large crowds and opinions are divided and opinions are expressed. And I just want to commend the staff here and the security personnel for the organization that was demonstrated with the large number of people that came here tonight to speak, and to the for the issuing of the permits and the speaking cards. Very well organized. I just want to commend your staff for the work that they're doing, and thank you, Ms. Davis, for bringing an important issue up this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Frank. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Frank. I've been to over 30 school districts in Southern California and across state lines. While I disagree with Mayor Pro Temp, I think there are significant things that could have been improved outside to calm the tempers of the people of the audience. I've never seen a district separate people based on political views. I think that caused things to be extremely toxic for the people here, regardless of the side that you're on. I also think it's important that all of the districts I've been to have meetings such like this. The number one way that I saw them running effectively was allowing your constituents and citizens and stakeholders to be able to line up as they arrive. They were instructed to wait on the car in the parking lot. These individuals should be allowed to line up, as this way they can get a ticket based on the arrival. I understand people have crazy schedules, but if you're here early, like I was, you should be one of the first people up front. And if you're here late, you should be one of the last. That removes the burden off of you and puts it back on the public. And thank you to all the staff, everyone on the dais, and everyone in the room for being here.
Our next speaker is Amber Smith.
I wanted to just voice my concern in regards to a comment that was made at a school board meeting earlier this month, when a member said he was bringing his side to the meeting and there would probably be a brawl. As someone is elected into this position, I find that kind of divisiveness unacceptable. The fact that a trustee even mentioned something that could incite violence when not only parents, but also students of this district that would be here is irresponsible and unacceptable. And I personally feel that he should recuse himself from this position. How can you ask us to be respectful when your own trustee isn't giving us the same respect?
Our next speaker is, please hold your applause till, please hold your applause. Our next speaker is Chelsea Boyle.
2,678,400. That's how many seconds are in a 31-day period, a typical month. Yet Parham and this board wants to limit parents and the 60 seconds allowed a month that they are allowed to speak. I believe that Capo is the only school board in California that's actually trying to do that. Need I remind you that you are elected officials, Mr. Parham especially? You work for the parents. Last month, you said it was absurd for a meeting to go past 11 p.m. at night, yet you are paid $9,000 a year to attend 12 meetings and listen to the parents. The only thing absurd is the tyrannical overreach of this board to silence the parents. You are elected, paid officials, act like it, listens to your constituents. Oh, by the way, you can make Law and Order SVU tonight. Sorry, or you miss it. Sorry.
Our next speaker is Eileen McDermott. Eileen, please come forward.
Hello, board. I'm from the San Juan Capistrano area, and I'm here just to remind everybody that there is God's law, it's universal law, and the fifth commandment is thou shalt not kill, which means thou shalt not mutilate.
Our next speaker is Patricia. Patricia, please come forward. While we're waiting on Patricia, speaker number 10 to come up, we'll line up the next group. Rosa is 11, Eva Harrison is 12, Daniel S., Lisa H., Martha McNicholas, and Sarah Kang. Tricia, please go ahead.
Hi there, my name's Patricia Henry. I have 4 children, 3 of whom go to Truman Benedict Elementary. I can't believe I'm here having to beg a school board to please have teachers share information about my own children with me. The opponents to the parental notification policy will say, well, if you were a good enough parent and you weren't a trans or homophobe, your kid would come and tell you anyway. You don't need teachers to tell you. Well, I'd like to ask each member of the board here, when you were a child, did you tell your parent absolutely every single thing about your life? When you were a teenager, did you tell your parents absolutely single thing about your life? I'm guessing no. And that didn't mean because your parents were abusive or horrible parents. It's because you're a child, you're a teenager. That's normal. Kids don't tell parents everything. This is reality. When has it ever been a good idea to deny all parents information about their children? If this parental notification policy does not pass, teachers will be forced to lie to parents who have genuine questions about their kids. What kind of school district instructs their teachers to lie to parents? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosa. Rosa, please come forward.
Hello, during Nazi Germany, Hitler mandated all youth to go to youth camp. In China, Chinese kids are wards of the state. So are you saying American kids are no different than Hitler or communist China? Our children are fundamentally our own and belong to our family, mother, father, not wards of the state. We live in a constitutional republic of the United States of America. Our kids do not belong to the district nor to the teachers. I'm Latina and Capo has 50% minority demographic. I ask that you teach quality education with strong reading, writing, math skills so they can come out of poverty. That is the only way out for our community. To be lying to parents and keeping any kind of secrets, especially when you have a trans policy and a policy that is connection with a hospital that has a transgender clinic, it only prevents more families to be involved in their children's lives. There should not be anything that is not involving the parents with the children. They are not your
Thank you.
kids.
Our next speaker is Eva Harrison. Eva, please come forward. Following Eva is Daniel. Please go ahead.
Hey, guys, last board meeting, the conduct was ridiculous. We were literally hissed at, flipped off, cameras held in our faces to intimidate us. President Castellanos, you warned people would have to leave the room if they don't act appropriately. That didn't happen. Dr. Brown, you just mentioned it again. Jeers and cheers, not okay. Who's jeering? Do you notice who's jeering? Not okay, but you are not holding both sides accountable. You are only holding one side accountable. Anyway, last meeting, Trustee Parham trying to limit public comments because it took too long and it was absurd. I'm sorry. Did you not realize what you signed up for? This is how it works. I actually appreciated Trustee Hanachek for saying everybody should be heard. That was very nice. Trustee Pritchard saying you'll bring your people and there will be a brawl. I understand it was probably a joke. How is that funny? And it's ridiculous. You should not even be up there. Multiple things I had requested from the district recently have not been answered, including the ITP. What's going on? Answer our question.
Our next speaker is Daniel.
Yeah, hi, my name's Daniel. I was at a meeting here earlier this year where the district expressed their concern about falling enrollment in this district. The reason for the falling enrollment is because parents are pulling their children out of this school district for the reason that you are trying to sexualize their children. There are private schools and Christian schools that are opening up all over South Orange County. I was in Laguna Niguel the other day, and cars were lined up around out of a church and down the street of parents bringing kids in. There was a new Christian school that just opened up there. My own church has well over 4,000 members in South Orange County here in this district, and they're looking for real estate now as we speak to open a Christian school at that church. If you guys continue with the sexualization and this agenda, pretty soon there's not going to be a school district because there's not going to be any children left in it, and you will no longer be trustees.
Our next speaker, Lisa H.
Good evening, board. I just want to share some information about AB 665. It's just yet another horrendous bill that's been signed by Gavin Newsom. And this is the one that they refer to as the state sanctioned kidnapping bill. because a 12-year-old is basically emancipated and they can check themselves into mental health. And in that mental health consultation, they decide that this child should go to a state home. Then without parental notification, the child is removed from his or her home. The people that are making these decisions, that was added to this bill. Not only is it just the psychologist or the psychiatrist, it's also counselors, trainees, and interns making these life and death decisions. This bill will not go into effect until January of 2025. Why? Because Gavin Newsom needs to build more state group homes. This is chilling. Please consider this later on this evening. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martha McNicholas. Martha, please come forward.
Good evening, Dr. Brown, President Castellanos, and trustees. I have something I want to say, but I want to preface it by the idea of picking people to come in based on whether they're for or against a particular agenda item kind of falls against those of us who don't have an opinion on that and really came to see the other item on the accomplishments of the district. So those of us who really are interested in what the district is doing kind of got shuffled to the side. But the reason I'm here is to thank you all for coming to the Dana Hills 50th anniversary on Saturday night. It was most of you were there. Sorry, Michael, didn't see you, but most of you were there. And thank you for coming and recognizing the central item of the Dana Point community. Also, I am active in the Dolphin Foundation and I want to invite you to tomorrow night to Chili for Charity at down in Dana Point, chili cook-off. We have some entries called Norwegian reindeer chili.
Is Sarah Kang.
Good evening, trustees, student advisor Tyler, and Superintendent Brown. My name is Sarah Kang, and I'm a teacher at San Clemente High School. We've emailed a couple times, and it's very nice to match faces with names. I'm here to thank you for your continual support of No Place for Hate program in the district. For our program, these last 4 years, we have not only worked very hard to create a safe space for our students, but a brave space where students can be who they are and speak their truth, no matter what that may be, free from persecution. And I do not support any policy that would undermine that feeling of safety for my students. I ask you to look around outside and see who is here. Listen to the kids on this one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to take a breath, calm down. The meeting will be declared disorderly, and then you'll all have to leave the room and we will stop the meeting. And I know we're all here to listen to the item, but the clapping and the jeering, it needs to stop. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to consent calendar. Please note board policy 9323, and in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted between 1 and 3 minutes per item, depending on the number of individuals that have requests to speak. Ms. Hayes, only one speaker. Okay.
Michelle Palacio Campbell.
Okay.
Good evening. In the past month, PTAs across Capistrano Unified have donated $122,322.87 to our schools to cover the cost for outdoor science camp buses, science camp teacher stipends, reading programs, library salaries, musical instruments, Art Masters Academy program, non-instructional materials, counselor salaries and professional support, AED replacement supplies, Friday folders and tech salary and library media tech salaries, and science programs, as well as student planners, Kids Create Art programs, Meet the Masters program, and school safety, fencing, and paraeducator salaries. We are pleased to work with our schools to provide these programs in partnership. If you have yet to join your school PTA, please do so. It is really important to help support our schools. Our PTAs work to build that community, to make sure everybody feels welcome on our sites, to work with our administrators and our teachers, and to build those connections, because through those connections, we know our students thrive and succeed. So we work together to do that. And I'm going to cede the rest of my time to Dr. Merwin so we can hear all of the amazing successes of the district. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. Happy birthday, Trustee Parham.
Thank you. Okay, any trustees have consent items to pull? Okay, seeing none. All right, then I need a motion to approve the consent calendar items 13A through 16B.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Parham. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye, motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to approve the consent calendar, with student board member Pierce casting a preferential vote of aye to approve the consent calendar. Okay, we are now moving on to discussion action items. Our first item this evening is 17A, 22-23 Education and Support Services Accomplishments. And at this time, I would like to recognize Dr. Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent of Education and Support Services, to present the item.
Thank you very much, President Castellanos. Staff is proud to present this item, Education Support Services Accomplishments for the 2022-2023 school year. And we appreciate such a great turnout for this presentation. So while the title of this presentation implies a focus on our department's accomplishments this year, the true recognition should be focused on our teachers, our certificated and classified staff, and our administrators for their efforts, skill, compassion, and dedication, because they were directly responsible for these accomplishments. We are grateful for their work across the district to support each and every one of our students. So this evening, I am joined by the Education Support Services team, including Jen Smalley, Dave Stewart, Brad Shearer, Carrie Johnson, and Clint Collins, who will be assisting with our presentation this evening. Next slide, please. Our number one priority is supporting our schools with training, programs, resources, and services so that each and every student develops the 5 key competencies of a vision of a CUSD graduate. As you see on this graphic, these competencies are innovative problem solver, inspired leader, skilled communicator, engaged citizen, and continuous learner. Next slide, please. So how do we coordinate and deliver our support for our students in CUSD to achieve this vision? The answer is our multi-tiered system of support, or MTSS. So if you look at the pyramid on the right-hand side of this slide, it describes how we support our students in 3 key areas to develop the competencies in the graduate profile. Those areas of support are teaching and learning, positive behavior, and well-being. The support that we provide our students is further defined by those 3 tiers, as you see up on the screen. That personalizes support for every student. Tier 1 are supports for all students, and that's described as universal. Tier 2 identifies targeted interventions for some of our students who need additional support beyond that first tier. And then Tier 3 is designated for our few students who require even more intensive support to be successful. Now, if you will bring your attention to the left side of that screen, you can see the information there. This is one example of brochures and informational guides we have developed to inform our community regarding MTSS. Thanks to our communication department, we have a comprehensive and engaging website that is available for families to learn more about our system of support. So I encourage everyone to visit MTSS on our district website and spend time exploring the information that's provided. Next slide, please. So the Education and Support Services Department is divided into 3 teams. Each one of these teams plays a significant role in the multi-tiered system of support and provides direct assistance to our students, families, teachers, certificated and classified staff, and administrators. The ESS teams are leadership support services, curriculum and instruction, and special education. Each team will now present you a brief overview of our accomplishments, and we'll get started right now. So Ms. Jen Smalley will start by sharing highlights from our work with leadership support services. Jen, take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Merwin. Leadership services consists of Brad, Dave, and myself. We supervise approximately 18 principals each. Brad supports the elementary schools on the west side of the freeway. Dave supports the elementary schools and K-8 schools on the east side of the freeway. And I support our middle schools, high schools, and our 3 alternative programs. Each week, we spend 2 full days out in the field at the school sites, and we each meet with 6 of our principals, 3 on Wednesday and 3 on Thursday, for 1.5 to 2 hour meetings. Last year, we completed 524 of these individual meetings. Prior to the meeting, the principal plans the agenda so that our time is maximized in the areas in which the principal wishes to grow and learn. Additionally, we review and guide the principal on using data to drive the school's goals and provide training or modeling if a principal has an area for growth. Frequently in these meetings, we review site data, visit classrooms, attend a leadership or staff meeting, or observe the principal run a parent meeting or a task force group. We seek out opportunities in the meeting to highlight and commend progress and successes. And the meeting is documented in writing, consisting of the agenda, the principal's highlights, progress monitoring data on school site goals, and what was accomplished in the meeting, as well as the principal's next steps to accomplish prior to our next meeting. The documentation of these meetings is used in the principal's evaluations. All first and second year principals are evaluated their first 2 years. Principals making progress and are in good standing move to an evaluation cycle of every other year, beginning year 3. Experienced principals who may need additional support are often kept on a yearly evaluation until the expected growth is made. 100% of our principals are formally evaluated at least every other year. In addition to our individual meetings with principals, we plan and facilitate a variety of meetings for them, and Brad's going to share those with you now.
Good evening. We lead and facilitate 3 different types of group meetings. During PLC meetings, principals review data in collaborative teams and discuss practices in response to that data. We've looked at a variety of data sources: literacy, math, attendance, DNF rates, smarter balance assessment data, all kinds of different data sources. Principal business meetings provide an opportunity for district departments to connect with principals and share important information. And for principals that are new to their positions or sites, the new Principal Academy provides time for new principals to discuss their needs and share ideas with one another. And Dr. Stewart, take the next slide.
Thank you. In our work to support our schools, Leadership Support Services is routinely the first line to assist in the event of a school crisis and coordinates to provide additional departmental support to schools and principals. When needed, we take action to directly assist on our school campuses. In the next bullet, you'll see our team just deeply values the feedback of our school leaders. This bullet shares the results from our most recent principal survey, and Leadership Support Services uses this data to continually improve and grow as principal coaches and supervisors.
I'm honored and lucky to work with an amazing curriculum and instruction team that continues to provide support for students during and outside the school day. The Extended Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, provided before and after school activities for 1,800 students who couldn't otherwise afford to attend the YMCA or Boys and Girls Club. Additional enrichment classes and homework assistance were provided to all CUSD students, both fee-based and ELOP eligible, who enrolled in before and after school activities. 500 CUSD students attended the College for Kids program, which offers elementary students the opportunity to experience college. Students develop their class schedules from a wide variety of options, including academic enrichment, outdoor sports, art, music, STEM, and more. The CNI team will continue to enhance and extend ELOP to ensure all students benefit. The Office of Language Acquisition, or OLA, focused its goals on supporting English learners in increasing their English language acquisition through designated and integrated English language development, or ELD. For the 2022-23 school year, OLA's professional learning emphasized the importance of student talk to increase students' oral language proficiency. The impact of this work is evidenced by the growth made by ELs in their oral language development, as well as overall LPAC scores, preparing these students to fully access and master the core curriculum. Next slide, please. The Early Childhood Program continues to welcome and prepare our youngest learners with increased access for our littles. The 2022-23 school year was the first year of the expansion of the Universal Transitional Kindergarten, or TK, program. As part of the expansion, 15 TK classrooms were added for a total of 30 TK classrooms last school year. To prepare for the 2023-24 school year, 8 more TK classrooms are ready for the beginning of this school year. There is one more expansion phase for the 2024-25 school year, with full universal TK implementation in the 2025-26 school year. Early Childhood also piloted and adopted the Frog Street curriculum for pre-kindergarten, or PK, and World of Wonders for TK to ensure that our PK and TK students have access to rigorous and grade level appropriate curriculum. World of Wonders is the TK grade level version of our K-3 Wonders curriculum. Frog Street curriculum includes a research-based scope and sequence for literacy, math, and content learning domains. Both curricula align with the California Preschool Learning Foundations, which are the learning standards for PK and TK. Early Childhood was excited to host the first annual Family Resource Fair in partnership with the Family Resource Center. This fair was designed to provide families with free resources and services within the community. Special guests and community partners included Family Assistance Ministries, Regional Center of Orange County, YMCA of Orange County, Startwell Organization, Kaiser Permanente, Boys and Girls Club of Capo Valley, the CUSD Food and Nutrition Department, the Mission Hospitals Community Health Enrichment Collaborative, or CHEC Family Resource Center. In spring of 2023, 82% of all K-5 students scored at or above benchmark on end-of-year Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, or DIBELS assessments. They are a quick measure that are reliable and valid indicators of future reading success. In spring of 2023, 71% of all K-5 students scored at or above grade level on the end-of-year iReady math diagnostic. This is a 2% overall increase from spring of 2022. The results of the iReady math diagnostic are closely correlated with the Smarter Balanced assessment. As of the end of summer 2023, 323 elementary teachers were trained in Orton-Gillingham Comprehensive Plus. Orton-Gillingham is a highly structured instructional approach that breaks reading and spelling down into smaller skills involving letters and sounds, and then builds on these skills over time. It is a highly effective approach that uses clear, direct, sequential, systematic, and multisensory instruction to teach reading, which is not only beneficial for all students, but essential for teaching students with dyslexia. This training included all MTSS specialists and Title I coaches, 98 special education teachers, and 179 general education teachers for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 reading intervention. Finally, next slide. In the 2022-23 school year, trustees approved and staff began implementation of the new math pathways that ensure all middle school students are ready for the rigors of higher level math and provide multiple entry points to the accelerated pathway in middle and high school. Middle school iReady results indicate the CUSD students continue on the path to matching pre-COVID academic performance in math and English language arts. The CNI team continues to support students in achieving the characteristics of the CUSD graduate profile that will prepare them for post-secondary opportunities. Last year, CUSD was awarded grants totaling $850,000 for dual enrollment expansion in the development of a middle college high school in collaboration with Saddleback College. Sorry, my technology keeps messing up on me. The CNI team, in collaboration with teachers, successfully piloted and trustees approved high school science adoptions in biology, chemistry, anatomy and physiology, marine ecology, and all AP science courses, as well as world language curricula for Spanish and French. Ensuring that students have the tools to explore and plan for their post-secondary options, staff implemented the californiacolleges.edu platform. In its first year, 7,440 middle and high school students created californiacolleges.edu accounts. and had access to a one-stop shop for college and career planning. 3,840 college applications were launched through the platform, providing analytics for CUSD college applications to be used by school and futurology counselors to better serve students in the college application process. The 2022 College Fair was hosted at San Juan Hills High School with 1,239 registered attendees and representatives from 115 colleges. The California Out of State and International College, or COSI Fair, was attended by San Juan Hills High School avid students. Based on the success of the fair, all high schools will attend the COSI in the 2023 school year, which will be hosted in South Orange County. Futurology counselors provide Tier 1 college and career lessons. Tier 2 interventions focus on English learners, first-generation college students, and foster youth. Futurology counselors present in EL classrooms on college and career topics. Additionally, they conduct check-ins with foster youth and first-generation students to review A through G eligibility, college applications, and scholarships. District counseling and credit recovery staff also collaborated to ensure that all students taking summer school or credit recovery were placed in a college prep pathway. The CNI team continues to support students, parents, guardians, teachers, counselors, and site administrators so all students PK through 12 achieve the characteristics described in the CUSD graduate profile and are prepared for success when they walk across the commencement stage. State testing outcomes have just been released and will be presented by staff at the November board meeting. The outcomes will show that CUSD's efforts are quickly returning students to pre-COVID academic performance levels. Additionally, the team is looking forward to presenting on the implementation of CUSD Cares in support of student well-being at the future board meeting. Now I'd like to hand the presentation over to Clint Collins.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Last year, the special education department restructured how special education support is provided to school staff. Part of this restructuring was the implementation of the family support teams. The new structure has been highly successful, which is evident by the biannual principal survey results. We have 6 family support teams, 1 family support team for each high school family that consists of a coordinator, an intervention specialist that helps with social emotional well-being, a school psychologist to assist with student behavior and assessments, and paraeducator 5s to assist with behavior support and early intervention. Schools have reported that the restructuring has created a more streamlined system of support from the special education department, which has been instrumental with early intervention for students. It has also provided more training in the areas of school site-based behavior support, student well-being, IEP compliance, among other areas. Next slide, please. Part of the more streamlined structure is a system for schools to ask for assistance. One way of requesting assistance is through behavior intervention request forms. Our family support teams received and supported over 300 behavior intervention requests last year, which provided schools the support they need to address behavioral concerns. Prior to COVID, the district had the initiative to have all special education staff and site administration trained in crisis prevention intervention, also known as CPI. CPI was delayed due to COVID, but the initiative hasn't stopped. Last year, we got back on track with the CPI training for staff. We will continue to train staff throughout the school year. As you can see, we have trained over 350 staff members last year and are on track to continue such training this year. Special education has also implemented trainings in other areas to support schools. These trainings are helping to build long-term special education capacity in a variety of areas. Some of these areas are job-alike trainings for our educational specialists. Gina Dagley, our Executive Director of Special Education Programs and Related Services, has been running the job-alike trainings on many different topics for our education specialists. Ms. Dagley has received overwhelming positive feedback from teachers about the trainings and how relevant they are for their jobs and their school sites. School admin trainings are also taking place in the areas of child find, compliance, best practices and IEPs, classroom instruction and expectations, behavior support, among other areas. Our goal is to continue to provide support and develop special education capacity to all of our schools. Lastly, I want to highlight that our Family Resource Center has provided numerous trainings and resources to families and community members. I encourage all of you to go visit our Family Resource Center, which is right outside these doors. It's closed now, but during the day, come and visit. There's numerous trainings and resources that we provide to families on a daily basis. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for questions.
Trustees, questions? Trustee Hanchel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was dazzling. There's obviously a reason why we are one of the top performing school districts in the state, if not the country. We are a place that people come to model what we're all doing. And I can't thank you enough. Obviously, we have incredible students, and our teachers are unparalleled. Our principals are top drawer, and our support staff is invaluable. And I look forward to taking a deeper dive of where we're at. And it's not only that we should all know that, especially we board members who have constant access to all of our schools. At any time, I can walk through a school with a principal and he will show me everything, how everything is done, how everything is communicated. There are no questions as a board member that I would ever have. It's incredible. And not only do we know this, but our colleges and universities know what a CUSD graduate is. And it's dazzling. Every year, it's Stanford, it's all over the world where they go and they're accepted. And it makes me proud over and over again. I've said this kind of kiddingly. I've told my boys I want to make them do Capo Unified again, which they're not too happy about that. But I can't thank you enough. And I will really look forward to hearing more about this. I feel like each year we make huge improvements. Don't know if the board can really take credit for that, but you are maximizing on every opportunity. And we have amazing students and amazing families. So thank you very much. Just wanted to say that.
Trustee Parham.
I want to reiterate that I think staff has done a wonderful job presenting this, and certainly not an absurd amount of time was spent on that presentation. I would love to see more spent on presentations like that. But I want you to help clarify something because we do such a good job preparing children for college, preparing them for the job market. What is an ITP? Can someone answer that? Because it was brought up in public comments, an email that I didn't respond to, even though I did pass it along to staff, because I think it's important for people to know that there's multiple meanings behind the word transition. In fact, these glasses are transition glasses. They have multiple meanings. So maybe you can provide a description of what that acronym stands for.
Sure. So I'll start first. There is confusion. We're talking about two different things. One is an individual transition plan, which every student with an IEP in special education is required to have an ITP, and that is by age 16. So that's one form. And there was confusion presented to us by families thinking that was something different. So the other ITP that
So can you clarify that? Just make it very clear what that is and what it is not.
Yeah, so the individualized transition plan as part of the IEP is every student has to have it implemented in their IEP before the age of 16. And it really sets long-term goals for the student. They're actually long-term goals after the student exits our program. So it's looking at employment, independent living skills, curriculum, like extracurricular activities, really helping to develop long-term objectives and goals for every student in IEP so that we, as a school district, as IEP teams, can help develop real life daily goals and annual goals to help get those long-term trajectory goals of the ITP.
Now there is a second document. It's also called individual transition plan, which is where some of this confusion is coming from. This is a document that only counselors use to basically develop a plan if a student initiates a conversation with a counselor regarding gender identity.
Okay, so maybe we should make that more clear and separate the two because that confusion is not helpful. I know there were some legal questions raised in public comments.
Happy to talk to that.
And I'd like you to respond to them.
Yes.
When you have.
So it is absolutely correct that AB 1266 has nothing to do with parental consent or parental involvement. That is absolutely correct. We're already revising our forms to make sure that they are accurate. The confidentiality is part of ed code for a counselor's relationship with a student. So that's what the citation should be. And that's what we're correcting. And so we're already doing that work right now.
Okay, and just please revert back to that member of the public who had that question. Thank you.
Be happy to do that.
And wonderful presentation overall. Thank you.
I have a further question. For further clarity, I don't think it's been said yet. you are renaming and separating those two forms. Am I not correct? So one will be named ITP and one will be named something else. Yes?
Correct, because the one that is special education related, that name will remain because that is federal law. Okay, so then we will be reviewing the other document that counselors use when a student initiates, and we will be renaming it so there is not confusion in the future when we speak to this item.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Merwin and staff. That was informational only, so no board action is necessary. So we are now moving on to 17B, consideration for a board policy for parental notification. So we are now going to recognize Trustee Davis to present the item.
Thank you, Trustee Castellanos. I want to first of all thank everyone for being here tonight, and especially for the many opinions, feelings, and statements that have been shared. It's clear that the topic before us is one that people feel very strongly about, and for good reason. Because the issue before us now deals with what is best for children, for students, their families, and our dedicated teachers and staff in CUSD. To be more specific, the issue tonight is whether or not parents should be excluded from major decisions relating to their children, especially when those children are at a greater risk for suffering from emotional or mental health related issues. The proposal that I'm asking you to vote on tonight is specifically designed to protect children, their parents, and teachers when facing a variety of issues that can negatively impact their health, safety, and welfare. My position is best summarized by a statement made by the Justice Foundation, a charitable organization that gives free legal advice. Quote, "We believe in protecting children from those who would destroy their innocence and exploit them for their own purposes. On the whole, parents are the best protectors of children and have the natural rights and duty for the care, custody, and control for their children. Children in the main are naturally incapable of exercising self-government until reaching the age of majority," end quote. Although we may disagree as a board on policies, everyone here wants what's best for children. Everyone here also knows that children, students, families, and teachers in our district benefit when we stand together. Despite our differences, there have been times when we were one mind and one heart as a board. One of those times occurred almost a month ago, on Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. At that time, the Capistrano Unified School District Board of Education, all trustees unanimously voted to join other school districts across the country in the mass media lawsuit against the Meta social media entities. We all agreed that Meta had substantially contributed to the mental health crisis, a true epidemic. Our youth are in that today. This mental health crisis has had a terrible impact on students across the nation, and yes, here in CUSD. And the policy I'm putting forward tonight is intended to foster improved communication between students, teachers, parents, and other professionals that are needed to allow all to work together for the benefit of every child. It has been said by Hillary Clinton, it takes a village to raise a child. Tonight, I want to ensure that our village is inclusive rather than exclusive. Our village must include parents, guardians of the student, especially as we work together to combat the very serious challenges our students are facing today. As a board, we work on policies, any and all policies related to Capistrano Unified. The policy we are discussing tonight is a policy around parental notification. We all agree that we are in a mental health crisis. While perhaps well-meaning, policies that do not include parents in every conversation, especially in regard to a child's mental health, can be problematic because those policies would be contrary to longstanding federal and state laws. Almost 100 years ago, the United States Supreme Court acknowledged that, quote, "The child is not the mere creature of the state. Those who nurture him and direct his destiny have the right, coupled with the high duty, to recognize and prepare him for additional obligations," end quote. In another court case, affirmed the fundamental rights of parents, quote, "in the companionship, care, custody, and management of their children." That same year, the court declared, quote, "This primary role of the parents in the upbringing of their children is now established beyond debate as an enduring American tradition," end quote. Another court case that the Constitution and specifically due process clause of the 14th Amendment protects the fundamental rights of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. Again, unequivocally affirmed the fundamental rights in another court case of parents to direct the care, custody, and control of their children. Similarly, our state laws codified in the Family Code state without exception that parents with joint legal custody, quote, "share the right and responsibility to make decisions relating to health, education, and welfare of a child," end quote. We might ask ourselves, how are other school districts dealing with the conflict between policies and the state and federal laws? Right now, a case in Escondido, just on the other side of Camp Pendleton, provides us with a roadmap to how this might play out here in Capistrano Unified. In that case, 2 teachers filed a lawsuit against EUSD, the board president, and others who were enforcing a parental exclusion policy. After having heard all the arguments on both sides, the judge made some very interesting findings in his rulings. The judge found that EUSD's policy of keeping information from parents was, quote, "a trifecta of harm." It harms the child who needs parental guidance and possibly mental health intervention to determine if the incongruence is organic or whether it is the result of bullying, peer pressure, or a fleeting impulse, end quote. It harms the parents by depriving them of the long recognized 14th Amendment right to care, guide, and make healthcare decisions for their children. And finally, it harms teachers who are compelled to violate the parents' rights by forcing them to conceal information they feel is critical for the welfare of their students, end quote. To be clear, teachers are supposed to be a support to children and families. They are to supplement parents, not to supplant parents. The basic care and necessities provided by parents and guardians inextricably intertwines the life of a dependent minor to their parent or guardian. We should not seek to sever this bond, but to strengthen it. Our current policies don't include these crucial figures, creating what the judge called a trifecta of harm. Among the evidence considered in that case was the testimony of a well-known expert, Dr. Erica E. Anderson, a credentialed clinical psychologist from Berkeley with over 40 years of experience. Dr. Anderson confirmed that parental involvement is unequivocally necessary to provide support for children. Forcing teachers to keep information from parents and guardians gives them a job they never signed up for and are not qualified to do. Teachers do not need nor want the responsibility to decide what to share or not share with their students, parents, guardians, and families. They should not have to shoulder the burden of making decisions for their students. That is the role and responsibility of parents and guardians and other licensed, trained, certified medical professionals. Again, the laws are clear that parents and guardians have a constitutional right to determine, without undue interference from the state or the school, I might add, how best to raise, nurture, and educate their child. The parental right stems from the liberties protected by the due process, the clause of the 14th Amendment in our United States Constitution. We have some risks. The top patient safety concerns in 2023 is the pediatric mental health crisis. We are in a healthcare crisis. Depression, anxiety, psychosis, self-harm, suicide, addiction, the distress surrounding gender identity issues, emotional instability, displays of anger and violence, family systems, disintegration, and the great plague of loneliness that's plaguing our country. These are all very serious healthcare concerns. In fact, they're dire, and we must address it. I would bet everyone in this room has been affected by this national crisis. Our solution? These kids need carefully tailored professional mental health attention and support. Every child suffering deserves a thorough mental health evaluation and mental health support system. They need it. We are living in a healthcare crisis, and the solution is promoting individual, professionally tailored care. As a school district, we want to help address issues of social justice within our purview without ignoring the urgent mental health needs facing students. If a teacher or other member of the school district knows signs of mental distress, then the school should respond quickly by notifying a parent and making an appropriate referral. Schools can even create systems to follow up on such referrals and to report to authorities if a child is suspected to be in danger. Where there's smoke, the school will sound the appropriate alarms. We have to be cautious about the wrong solution. Consider the scenario where a child approaches a teacher and expresses distress regarding depression or anxiety or gender identity concerns. The teacher carefully listens. The distress is very real. The teacher wants to help. The child's asked the teacher not to share these disclosures with the parents. What should the teacher do? Does the teacher take on the role of knowing what to do for the child? Does the teacher believe that offering gender affirming support would alleviate distress? The teacher may be correct in the short term, but it is possible that the teacher could miss something. Might the student also require dialectical behavioral therapy or family systems therapy or emotional focus therapy or medication intervention? The answer is the teacher doesn't know. The teacher has not been trained. By addressing the smoke in the short term, the teacher may be ignoring a blazing fire. By addressing what was thought to be a social justice issue, the teacher has ignored a mental health issue. And a teacher and the school district is now responsible for making a healthcare decision that could put the child at risk. But we are not in the healthcare business. As a society, we have given certain people privileges to treat and diagnose and foster the proper care of children with mental health concerns. Those people are licensed and trained doctors, therapists, and other healthcare providers. Again, teachers are not trained mental health professionals. Teachers don't want that role. They don't want that risk. They're not trained to diagnose a child's story and to know what to do with it. That's the professionals, provider's role in appropriate conjunction with the child's legal guardians or parents. Teachers are in the unique position of being able to identify the signs of distress. Identifying and responding quickly to distress can be a great gift to a child and their family. But that is as far as it goes. When a school believes that it knows how to act in the best interest of a patient's mental health, they are taking on the role of mental health provider, a dangerous decision for school, teacher, and especially for the child. We love all children, and we will not abandon them by oversimplifying their concerns. Our students need to know that we are not equipped to diagnose and treat. Our nurses and counselors are excellent at noticing distress and acting to triage and refer to properly trained and licensed professionals. We will help children, and we must. And we will do it by making appropriate healthcare referrals to students and their families. We do not want schools to get in the way, no matter how well-meaning of students and healthcare professionals. Healthcare needs cannot be passed over in the name of compassion. Everyone's goal is the same: to help children. We can do this by getting children the help they need rather than pretending to be that help. The problem and the solution. Keep parents in any and all conversations related to their child and a mental health care professional on their team, on the child's team. Everyone's goal is the same: to help all students in Capistrano Unified School District. We can do this by getting children the help they need. We all voted unanimously just last month to join the mass media lawsuit against Meta. Let's do it again. If we leave out parents and guardians while we try to help these students, we will be just as complicit as Meta. We cannot afford to get this wrong. There is simply too much at stake. When it comes to children, we do at its best, and we do not take unnecessary risks. Following a policy of parental exclusion is a, quote, trifecta of harm, end quote, and an unnecessary risk to children, parents, and our teachers. Tonight, I ask for your vote to make it clear to parents and guardians that we see them as an integral part of their child's success, both academically and in their life, as we combat the very real challenges our students are facing, which is no less than an epidemic. Let us make it clear what the roles are for teachers, administrators, staffs, nurses, counselors, parents, and guardians, as we navigate this world to bring about the best possible outcomes for our students in Capistrano Unified School District. Thank you.
Okay. This item before us tonight has been brought forward by Trustee Davis, is being considered for discussion action. So due to the high level of interest on this topic from all corners of the community, we ask audience members to support by silently waving hands rather than clapping or cheering or standing, which may interfere with the watching and listening of the audience member that is speaking. This will also allow the board to hear more speakers and ensure our meeting is conducted in an orderly and efficient manner. Okay, trustees, we have numerous speaker cards. So I'm making a suggestion. As you know, board policy provides 20 minutes of comments on an agenda item. So our meetings have a hard stop at 11 o'clock. We still have board business to conduct. There's an item that needs to be finished after this item. So is there a motion to extend public comment for this item beyond 20 minutes? And then if so, at what length of time would the trustees feel that we could stop? Trustee Jones.
So members of the public may not know, a lot of you do, but I think some don't know that trustees can't talk about this among ourselves outside of a board meeting. And I feel like this is something that we do need to talk about among ourselves. And I'd like to see an hour left for that. So everybody has an opportunity to say what they have to say and hear what everyone has heard. So that would give us till 10 o'clock. And so I would suggest that we go until 10 o'clock with comments, not say how many we want, but rather just go until 10 o'clock. So that if people get up and talk for 10 seconds, that's not going to use up a whole thing.
Okay. Do I have a second on Trustee Jones's motion?
I would second that. I think it's on the agenda. And so spending a lot of time talking about it makes sense. It's when items are not on the agenda that I've had choose to put timing, so.
Okay, yes. It will be 1 minute per speaker, just so we can get through more speakers. I think that would be the way to go. Okay, trustee, Ms. Hayes, did you get that motion? We have a motion by trustee Jones and a second by trustee Parham to hear speakers for 1 minute each and have a stop at 10 o'clock. Please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. On a vote of 7-0, the board has approved extending public comment portion for agenda item 17B to 10 o'clock, which will provide speakers 1 minute to address the board. And Mrs. Hayes will be inviting speakers up 10 at a time to come to the podium. In accordance with BP 9323, any CUSD students who have submitted a request to address the board will have priority to speak tonight. Mrs. Hayes, did you set the timer for everything ready for our time? Yes. Okay. All right. So I think we can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll call the first 10 speakers. Xander, speaker number 1, Grayson, Lorenzo, Bianca, Roxy Hazen, speaker number 5, Kaya, speaker number 6, Amira, number 7, Sam, number 8, Justice, number 9, Chloe, number 10. While those students are getting in line, I'm going to call the next speakers. Be ready, 11 through 20. William, Alejandro, Max Allen, Taylor Clark, Evan Gordon, Catalina, Michaela, Ellie, and speaker number 20, Golba. Ms. Golba. Timer set for 1 minute. Xander, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alexander Wagner. I'm an 18-year-old trans man who is currently attending Capistrano Valley High School as a senior. Before I get into the facts and the logic behind why this policy is completely unjust, I just want to take a moment to recognize some things that have happened in my life as a trans man. When I started attending Capistrano Valley High School, I started to become verbally assaulted by being called names and slurs, had my body slammed into a locker for holding a girl's hand, had my head smashed into a sink because I was using the guy's restroom, targeted by teachers due to the fact that I am trans and pansexual, and cyberbullied by people I have never once met before. Almost all of which I've reported to the school, and they did nothing about it because they didn't have any proof. There are 59 schools in this district with over 41,000 kids. You are going to negatively impact if you enact this policy.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Grayson.
Hi, my name is Grayson Pedranti, and I am a freshman at San Juan Hills High School. Algebra, biology, world history, Spanish, and English. These are the subjects I want to focus on at school. And yet the environment at our school is increasingly becoming politicized by a greater focus on things like gender identification and sexual orientation. I believe it is the responsibility of our school to educate us on the topics I noted above and not to try and teach us what to think or how to think. It feels like our school is getting farther away from what its core objective is, and I believe over the long term, students will suffer. Just the fact that so many people have to be here tonight discussing issues like the parental notification policy, which should be the standard practice without needing a policy, is a clear indication that our school leadership has lost its way. I ask the board to support this policy, and let's get back to focusing on educating students. Thank you.
Lorenzo, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorenzo again, and I'm a student from Aliso Niguel High School. I'm also the president for my school's No Place for Hate program. Our program's main goal is to foster an environment where students can freely express themselves in an accepting community. This proposed policy will not only affect our efforts in creating this environment, but will also curb all other movements like ours throughout the entire school district. As someone who shares personal information with staff on our campuses like counselors and my teachers, this is also a violation of my and other thousands of students' privacy. A forced outing policy like this one will also set a precedent to attack other rights that our students have and will ultimately result in an unsafe and inefficient learning environment for all students in the Capistrano Unified School District. Instead of tearing down all the years of effort that we spent building trust between staff and students, we should push for policies that create connection between students.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bianca.
My name is Bianca, and I'm a non-binary student at Saddleback College. We are here for our children. A 2021 nationwide study by the National Institute of Health revealed that 73% of trans people were psychologically abused as youths. 39% were physically abused and 19% sexually. For many, this was at home. We are here for our children. Allowing this policy tells them that they have no safe space, not at home where they risk being abused, not at school where they risk being outed and forced into a place of abuse. When a child is abused, it is no longer political. Gender identity is very real and it cannot be political. There is a power dynamic between kids and their parents, and that is why they are scared. This is a deeply personal conversation, and it should be left in the hands of the one who could be hurt the most, the child. Our children grow up afraid who they are because who they are is hated and held in homes where they have to hide. We are here for our children.
Our next speaker is it Roxa?
Roxas.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roxas. I am a student at Saddleback College and I'm a resident of Mission Viejo. The parental notification policy, which can also be described as a forced outing policy, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The board should unequivocally decline to even humor such vague and overreaching policies that are already addressing by existing policies for the purposes of reporting students to the proper channels who are struggling with suicidal ideation and who are being bullied. Teachers are already mandated reporters by nature of their profession. However, giving teachers and administrators a blank check to out students under the guise of supporting the mental health and well-being of them is not only harmful, it is dangerous and could have deadly consequences. There are reasons that children keep their gender and sexuality from their parents, and it is not because they want to, because trust me, they want to be loved and supported as whole human beings. If you want your children to come to you with their sexuality and gender, create a safe environment for them at home. The unfortunate truth is not everyone is so lucky to have parents who love and support them unequivocally.
Excuse me, these are students from Saddleback College, and it was students for, they just said they're from Saddleback, and you said students from Capo Unified get to go first before everybody else.
Just a minute, please. Hold on.
We're going to look through the cards actually, because it's definitely students from Capo Unified who have priority. Students from Saddleback are considered adults. Hold please.
Kaya Aguilera.
Hello, my name is Kaya Aguilera, and I am a junior at San Clemente High School. I believe that by enacting this policy, many transgender individuals, such as myself and many of my friends, will be harmed. More than 60% of transgender individuals are abused. And this policy is choosing to hide itself under a coat of protecting students who are suicidal, while including being transgender as something that is a negative mental health thing. As far as how it could harm an individual. Sorry.
That's okay. Our next speaker is Amira from Elisa Nagel High School.
Hello, my name is Amira. As introduced by Mr. Merwin, we have a very successful, very helpful policy voted in by this board this May, which requires counselors to report to parents if they are concerned that that student is a danger to themselves or others. It also allows teachers to make meetings with parents and refer students to counselors if they're concerned about their mental state. The entirety of school staff are dedicated to student safety above all else. But this policy would require teachers to take on the responsibilities of mental health professionals by requiring them to be able to report and thus diagnose depression and anxiety. This is a measure that simply is not made up for within the bill. There is no compensation in the bill that would cover the training that is necessary for these teachers to be able to meet those qualifications. Our teachers deeply care about our students, and they would never put a student in danger by keeping secrets about mental health. But forcing teachers to take on responsibilities that they are not ready for is bad for everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Poti, a student at San Clemente High School.
Good evening. My name is Sam Poti, and I'm a senior at San Clemente High School. I'm here tonight to voice my concern for the proposed parental notification policy. This policy simply creates confusion surrounding the existing communication policies for abuse and mental health. The proposed policy contains vague language on what parents will be notified on, saying that parents could be notified on, quote, other significant changes affecting a student's well-being. Whether or not this is used to address changes in a student related to gender identity and sexual orientation, it creates an atmosphere of fear and confusion for students on how they can express themselves at school. Many students who are not yet out to their families will take this parental notification policy seriously and may decide that expressing who they are in reference to pronouns and names is a risk they cannot take at school. If students are forced into an environment where they are scared to express themselves at school, student studies show the most likely outcome is increased rates of depression and anxiety. This policy will do more harm than good in relation to student mental health.
Our next speaker is Justice from Capo Valley High School.
My name is Justice Greer. I'm currently a junior at Capistrano Valley High School, and I'm transgender. I identify as non-binary and have done so for over 3 years in a school setting and 2 years at home. I wasn't quite sure how my family, especially my dad, would take this news, but I was certain my friends would accept me, so I felt safe coming out at school. If my teachers had caught wind of my identity, and a few of them certainly did, under this bill, they may be forced to tell my parents. This was a nuanced conversation that I needed the time to work up the courage to have with my family, and I needed to be the one to have it. That is my right. The news would not go over well in a brief phone call between my teachers and my parents. Thankfully, my parents were accepting, but not all of them are. If a kid is outed to unaccepted parents, my teachers, and any tragedies befall them, that is the fault of the school and the teacher. You will be responsible for the future of that child. If anything bad happens to them, the blood is on your hands.
Our next speaker is Chloe Engel.
Hi.
Speaker number 10.
Yeah.
Chloe, before you begin.
Hi, my name is.
Chloe, hold on just 1 second. We had asked speakers 11 through 20 to line up, to begin lining up. Thank you, Chloe, for waiting. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Chloe Engel. I go to Elisa Nagel High School. The policy, hold on, sorry. The policy presented tonight not only is an invasion of our LGBTQ youth privacy, but also will put our trans youth at risk. Although this policy does not explicitly mention gender nonconformity as a sign of mental illness, you will see that this policy is nothing new. In fact, this policy has the same like exact wording as the Chino Hills policy and does basically the same thing. Trust me, I looked over it. The most concerning part about this policy is that it breaks trust between students, counselors, and teachers because it forces like school staff to out trans kids against their will. And unfortunately, for a lot of trans kids, like coming out isn't like the safest option. And coming out is like
William.
Something that people need to do themselves, not the
William
school.
McAlpin.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Blake McAlpin. I'm the current ASB president at San Clemente High. However, I'm not here tonight as the president. I'm here tonight as a student worried about the potential harms that this parental notification policy causes to my friends that are members of the LGBTQ+ community. Current school board policies already enlist parents in the partnership with schools to ensure their kids' success. We already have anti-bullying policies as well as protocol for harassment, substance abuse, and teachers are already mandated reporters for mental health and suicidal ideational concerns. It is essential to address the core fundamentals this country was built on, one of which being the separation of church and state. It is scientifically proven that epigenetic influences along with the prenatal hormones have constructed what we know today as transgender identities. The only reason people today still propose policies that would hurt these individuals is because of the underlying homophobic aspects associated with many outdated mindsets. This will hurt my dear friends. In conversation with over 20 teachers, they expressed that they would rather be fired than ever out a student. Trustees, I plead with you to vote no on this policy and keep our schools a safe space for all students. Happy birthday, Trustee Barham.
Our next speaker is Max Allen. Alejandro, you're from Santa Margarita School, is that correct?
I'm from St. Margaret's and I was
St.
told to
Margaret's.
queue in position 12.
Okay, you were, but we did not realize you're not from a Capo school, so we're going to put you at the end of the student speakers. Thank you for waiting.
I do not have time to wait. I have to make my statement now. It's 1 minute. You guys will live, I promise.
We have to.
Yeah, we're all waiting. We've all been waiting here.
We have
60 seconds.
You're not from the school district.
We have speakers that have already spoken from out of state who said they've attended district meetings all over.
We have to stick to board policy on this. I apologize, but we have to move on to the next.
You've already allowed many students from other boards to
Our
follow.
next speaker is Max Allen. I apologize for the confusion with the cards. Our next speaker.
Well,
is
given that the
Allen. Please silence the microphone. Max Allen from San Juan Hills.
My name is Max Allen. I'm a sophomore at San Juan Hills High School. I am a trans teenager and many of my friends are trans teenagers. You say you strive to protect us, but at the same time, you are harming our community. How can we trust you to do what's best for us when making the decision to go through this would rapidly increase suicide, suicidal thoughts, self-harm, homelessness, and inherently dangerous environments? Last night, the petition against this decision was signed by almost 1,800 people. How do you think you'll feel when you pat yourself on the back for telling a parent information about their child that poses no risk of a child doing harm to themselves or others, only to find out they were kicked out or assaulted, abused by that parent because of what you told them? Will you pat yourself on the back then? Will you think you're protecting them? This school has been the only safe place for many teenagers. How can they continue to feel that school is a safe place when they can't be themselves at school without the risk of exposure looming over them from their counselors or teachers? The thought of that is egregious.
Thank you, Max. Our next speaker is Molly Naylor.
Hello, my name is Molly Naylor, and I am a senior at San Clemente High School, and I urge you to vote no on the parental notification policy. I would like to begin by presenting you with the petition I created. It currently has 1,807 signatures from students and former students across Capo USD. It's right here. For many students, school is a safe place where they can express themselves. One person who signed this petition said coming out to their friends and teachers before their parents saved their life. Another student says they know how fellow students could face abuse, cruelty, homelessness, and potential harm from their parents or themselves if they were outed. This policy does not protect any child in the Capo USD school district. Children who do not come out to their parents have a reason for doing so. Most likely, it is because they do not feel safe in their own home. If this policy is passed, abuse rates will skyrocket, and LGBTQI+ suicide will increase. Children will be put in harm's way because of this policy. If you vote yes on this policy, every suicide caused by students getting outed, every bruise caused by abuse of a homophobic parent, and every child who no longer feels safe going home will be on your conscience. If you vote yes on this policy, you are responsible for the harm it will cause. So vote no to keep students safe.
Our next speaker is Taylor Clark.
Hello, my name is Taylor Clark, and I'm a student at Aliso Nagel. The policy in question claims that it will only further the safety of students, promoting the best outcomes for those it affects. However, for that to be true, one needs to overlook the egregious undermining of trust and the targeting of certain student groups. To begin with, the wording of the policy is the same as the one passed in Chino's Hills that undeniably targets trans students. It is an unfair, dangerous assumption to believe that students inherently live in a home where they are safe or it is helpful to have these conversations. Additionally, in the cases of mandatory reporting, we are robbed of the opportunity for dialogue, for the district to assess whether or not we will be at risk if our parents are informed. We are robbed of trusting our own teacher.
In this instance, the best outcome is completely overlooked in favor of prioritizing parents. They are not the enemy, but they are not the group the district should protect. Please vote no to protect the children of our district.
Our next speaker is Catalina Silva.
No, it's okay. I was told alumni is fine. I will recuse to the end of the.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Hello, I'm Catalina Silva Olvera, and I'm a senior from Capo Valley High School. I never thought that at my age, I would have to stand in front of a group of adults and explain to you why you are fundamentally violating the rights of hundreds of trans students in this Capo Unified District. In passing this bill, you are stripping away the ability for kids to safely advocate for their identity, forcing them into hiding out of fear that they will face mistreatment. You are not promoting communication and positive relationships. What you're doing is potentially placing a child into a dangerous situation at risk of physical and verbal abuse in their homes. That is why I believe the real problem we need to combat is if trans children feel that they're in a position to safely and if they don't feel like they can safely and comfortably come out to their parents. We should be creating a welcoming environment for all, regardless of who they are, and not placing a target on their backs.
Our next speaker is Michaela Chapman.
Hello, my name is Michaela Chapman, and I'm a student at San Juan Hills High School. Wouldn't it be great if we could just assume that all parents are providing wonderful, loving environments for their kids? Unfortunately, it's the school's responsibility to provide a safe and appropriate education, including for students who are neglected or abused. We know that trans students face trauma and abuse, including by parents. Many trans students avoid coming out to their parents because they literally do not feel safe to do so. They are protecting themselves by making the decision that's in their best interest. A policy like this is one that can be utilized to out trans students and will harm the most vulnerable students in our district. Students can be harmed, abused, disowned, and the already high risk of suicide by trans youth will be even higher. A good district policy prioritizes the most vulnerable students. I urge you to oppose this draft policy.
Ellie?
Moth.
Ellie Monahan?
Number 20, Moth.
Okay, go ahead, Molly. Thank you.
My name is Moth Golbet, and I speak on behalf of my fellow students who simply want to live. The main reason that a child would not tell their parent or guardian who they are is because they are concerned with their own safety. According to Bespoke Surgical, 47% of fears of coming out are caused by familial tension. 23% is because of violence. People wait to come out often until they know they can support themselves, or at least know of a safe place that they can go. By exposing students' identities, you don't allow them time to find safety and comfort. They could be faced with direct dissent and violence with no escape plan. Students could be killed. They could kill themselves. If this passes, it will kill, you will kill.
We're now moving on to the group of speakers 20 through 30. If you are an alumni, you'll go to the end of the line and respect the policy. We would request that. So our next group of speakers for students in Capistrano Unified. Ariana Moisa, Zaria, Frisia Harrison, Knox Lane, Cindy, Keely, Hayden,
How far back alumni is that?
Sushant Moretti. That's a speaker 30. It's just the last couple years, last 2 years. There's nothing beyond that. Oh, Ariana, please come forward.
Alina.
Alina,
I'm
thank you.
sorry, I'm speaker number 23.
23, perfect. Please come forward.
Okay. Hello, esteemed members of the board. Thank you all for being here tonight, lending your ears, although we are all tired. I am as well. My name is Alina Moisa. I'm a student of this district, and I'd like to bring up, as previously stated multiple times, that this policy would completely obliterate student faith in the safety of their education institutions. Me and my peers understand that this policy is more about appeasing parents than protecting the individual rights of the students, for which education is by definition meant to serve. Personally, I do feel absolutely 100% for the parts of genuinely worried parents. However, I also feel for the despair, stress, and worries of the student population that this policy would affect. When we force mandatory reporting, we steal the right of privacy and control from a demographic that is already emotionally turbulent. That is not safe. Perhaps at risk of disrespect, the fight to improve student mental health should start at home and not in school. In the name of the students who consider school and its programs their only safe place, I beg of you, implore you not to take that away. We are not worried.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker number 24, and forgive me if I pronounced your name wrong, from
Sorry.
Elisa Nagel High School.
My name is Zaire, and I'm a student at Elisa High School. Quite frankly, this policy endangers students who have opened up to the teachers with the intent of trusting them. The parental notification policy mentions maintaining and restoring trust between the school district and the parents. However, it directly undermines the trust that the students have put into their teachers and other school staff members. This policy directly mentions forcing teachers and school staff to tell parents about students who have requested to be treated as a gender other than the student's biological sex. This includes requests by the students to use a name other than that listed on their birth certificate and to be referred to by pronouns other than the ones which align with their biological sex. This can often lead to dangerous situations at home for the students whose parents may not fully support their child's decision to go by said name and pronouns.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frisia Harrison.
My name is Freya, and I'm non-binary. I know there may be people in this building who don't believe I exist or don't believe I should. However, I ask that you put any prejudice you carry aside and listen to me. This bill claims that it exists to protect kids' mental health. If that were the case, then this bill is obsolete. CUSD already has the NTSS well-being plan, as well as other protocol for protecting kids' mental health. We dance around the issue, but we all know that what this bill is really about. It's about outing trans kids to their parents. Bills like these violate the California Ed Code that states schools must keep students' gender identity private. Kids don't struggle with mental health because they are trans. They struggle with mental health because they are persecuted, bullied, and oppressed by people, including their parents, for being trans. Many trans kids are kicked out of their homes or abused. Minors have the right to privacy and autonomy granted by the California Constitution. For example, doctors and nurses are required by law to keep any visits or discussions about pregnancy, birth control, abortion, and STDs confidential. It's a blatant contradiction that non-medical professionals would be able to report observed issues with less gravity.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Knox Lane from Elisa Nagel High School.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. When it comes to this new proposed policy, I am afraid, like many of my queer and trans friends, for what this will mean for our well-being. This policy looks to improve the mental health of students in the district, but its privacy infringement and forced outing will only make our mental health worse than it already is. I'm a senior in high school. I should be worried about keeping my grades up and getting my college applications in on time, but I'm not. In fact, all of that seems rather small to me when I see my community and my identity come under attack. I have been mocked and ignored for my gender identity. I have been called a faggot in the car lines multiple times throughout my high school career. As a result of this, I'm already worried about getting assaulted on my way home from school and even on school grounds. Over the last few years, me and people like me have been dehumanized and propagandized for living the way we are and without negative consequence to anyone. I was lucky enough.
Our next speaker is Yagi or Cindy.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Cindy Yang, and I am a co-president for my school's No Place for Hate. As a student of this district, I feel that this policy destroys all trust students may have in school, staff, and completely undermines our current system that supports and protects our students. It uses the exact same language as the Chino policy, which explicitly classifies gender nonconformity as a mental illness. And the groups who supported this policy have been very clear on their feelings for the LGBTQ+ community. There are those who argue that revealing secrets keeps our students safe. But if the students really felt safe, they wouldn't have kept it secret in the first place. We cannot let our teachers be weaponized against students. Please vote against this policy to protect our school community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Keely. Keely, speaker number 28.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Keely Dickey, and I'm a senior. I believe the Parental Notification Act is unjust and will put students in harm's way. This policy will put students, friends, and family to subject a greater possibility of abuse, both physical and mental. Not only will you be putting your students in harm's way, but you will also be violating our right to privacy that every citizen should have the right to. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hayden Dunham.
This board policy assumes that all students are kind and that all parents are kind and loving, which is not the case. At least that was not the case for Bree Golek, Giovanni Melton, and Amir Issa, who were all murdered by their parents after being outed as a member of the LGBTQ+ community. According to the Trevor Project, which is a national LGBTQ hotline for those who are almost committing suicide or in a crisis, 2/3 of all LGBTQ+ youth in America have unsafe and unsupported homes. 2/3 of those who fit into unsupportive homes state that they are at significant risk for physical violence against them from their family. According to another statistic, LGBTQ+ youth have a 60% higher chance of facing physical abuse from family members. Forcefully outing students majorly increases the chances of them experiencing physical violence from their family.
Our next speaker is Sushant Moretti, and we are now on from speakers 31 through 40. Please begin lining up. 31 through 40. Again, if you're alumni, please go ahead and be seated and we'll call you at the end.
Pardon me,
I
just
think
a
we've
moment.
got-
Ms. Hayes, I know that there's an alumni here who's in his 60s. And I don't really think that alumni should be given preference over other speakers. Current students and CUSD, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, there's lots of alumni here and I just don't think that's right.
Many of the parents are alumni. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a parent and I'm an alumni.
We're just not getting a chance to speak at this point.
Speaker, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sushant Mayreddy. I'm the secretary of the No Place for Hate Club in Aliso Niguel High School. Our group has been working to promote student and staff relationships, and this bill goes directly against that. How can the student ever trust the staff when they're with their problems if they're going to report them to a situation that will make them worse? In addition, I have many friends and family members who have outed themselves to be trans to people close to them. If they did not have that choice to do it themselves rather than being forced to, they would not be feeling happy or feel ecstasy that they are today. They would lead to further depression and suicide rates that would honestly be on your hand. Thank you.
Marissa Gilbert, San Clemente High School.
Hi, my name is Marissa Gilbert. I'm currently a senior at San Clemente High School, and I would just like to point out that most of the people in support of this policy are not students, nor are they even under the age of 45. How can you expect people whose opinions are informed? How can you speak on youth issues when your opinions are informed by people's decades removed from the situations? This demonstrates that the policy is not for the protection of children, but for the policing identity by gay and trans teens, by people who have no right to do so, as clearly the student body does not support this policy. Your duty is to the students, not to the parents, and valuing a parent's ideological opinions over the student's safety is fundamentally unjust.
Audrey Weiss. Not speaker 32.
Yes,
Audrey Weiss.
I go to St. Margaret's. Am I allowed to speak?
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for being honest. Leo.
Yes. The reason I'm here today is because I don't feel safe at home. My parents have told me that because I love my boyfriend, my life is inherently sinful. Growing up, I began to think that my life had less meaning, and I stopped picturing my future. Eventually, I found that school was a place where I could be myself, and I regained hope. A speaker wearing white earlier today said, "God's rule is above all, and God says thou shalt not kill." If that's true, God would hate this policy. This policy will kill students like me, those who will lose their home at school, those who will lose the one place they can be themselves. If my parents are informed about my gender or sexual identity, you are putting me at risk. That is not protecting the students.
Our next speaker is Max Meyer.
Hello, my name is Max. I'm from Aliso Niguel High School.
The parental notification policy relies on teachers' abilities to accurately diagnose mental illness in students. Teachers are not licensed mental health professionals and cannot effectively or legally diagnose students they see for 4 hours per week in groups of 30 at a time. Enacting this policy would not keep students safe. It would take away resources from students whose home lives are unsafe, especially queer students. Queer students would no longer be able to go to school without the fear that a teacher would wrongly classify their identity as a mental illness and report them to their parents, potentially putting them at risk for verbal and physical abuse, even homelessness. Forcing kids to stay closeted for their own safety increases the possibility of suicide. The parental notification policy does not protect students, it actively puts them in danger. Thank you.
Dylan Heck. San Juan Hills High School.
Hello, my name is Dylan Heck. I'm a junior at San Juan Hills High School. I come here not to scream, not to yell, not to demand, but I come here with a request as a student, a request for empathy, to put yourself in the shoes of a young, vulnerable teen, feeling their rights stripped away from them. The rights that so many people in our past as Americans have fought for. If you take a look at both sides, you could see where the student majority lies. And I ask you please to stand for the younger generation and to listen to the voices of the future. Thank you.
Hello. There's a lot to this bill here, and I understand that there's many different components to it. And so some of it, which is like, if they have drugs and stuff, you should let them know. That sounds lovely. I wish we didn't have those weird little cliques that went off in some far off place during class to do whatever it is they do. But obviously, the language of this bill and its prerogative is understood by everyone here. That's what we're all here for. And I believe that the board can do a little better than this. And so it's been a really energetic evening, and I hope you all have a splendid night.
Thank you, Enrique. Our next speaker is Ryder Stockton.
Hi, my name is Ryder Stockton. I go to Elisa Nagel High School. I'm a trans man. My household, my mom is very accepting of me. She loves me for who I am. My friends, a lot of my friends don't have that luxury. They can't be here tonight to talk on their behalf and how they feel about this policy. And not to mention what was mentioned before, all of the people who do want this policy are above the age of 45. What do they know? No offense. Like, what do they know about me, who I am as a trans person, who my queer friends are, what their experiences, what their home life is like. Like, there's just a lot of the. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Josie Burke.
Hi, I'm Josie Burke and I oppose the parent notification policy. I'm a senior at San Clemente High School and I'm an international baccalaureate candidate. If IB has taught me anything, it has taught me to create a better and more peaceful world through education that builds intercultural understanding and respect. But it does not take an IB diploma candidate to Google and realize that this policy is legit plagiarized. This recommendation is not about the rights of parents. It is not about mental health, bullying, or suicide prevention. It is about one specific group of parents using Christian morals as an excuse to force their non-professional, non-expert, religious-driven opinions and beliefs on the entire student body. Thank you.
Brent, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Trent and I'm a senior at San Clemente High School and I am against the parental notification policy and I urge you all to vote no. I have spent my whole life in this school district and I have found it to be an incredibly inclusive place that everybody can thrive and feel safe in. However, I feel that the parental notification policy jeopardizes this environment that has been so carefully crafted. Many of my friends will be negatively impacted by this policy and I have no wish to see their lives become more difficult than they already are. I can see no good coming from this policy and am therefore against it. Thank you for your time.
I ask the next group of speakers to line up and we'll just go ahead 41 through 57. Please line up. That begins with Ray Coleman, Sophia Ridout, Gianna Flynn, Mishka, Emily Chapman, Mia Perez, Ellie Gunn, Taylor, Alexander, Demir, Zoe, Isabella, Rebecca. Go on ahead, Ray Coleman, please come forward.
Right here, put it up.
You ready? You can do it. You can go to the. Take a breath. It's okay. Go ahead.
You may begin.
Go ahead. You got this.
Hi, my name is Reagan Coleman. I am a third grade student at Ladera Ranch Elementary. I don't think it's fair that kids can't feel safe at schools. We should feel safe talking to our teacher. I was scared when I told my parents about changing my pronouns, but it was my choice. No one took it away from me. You cannot choose your child's story.
You hear everybody outside for you.
Our next speaker is Sophia Ribbon.
Hello, Sophie is not able to be here at this time and has told me to speak on her behalf. My name is Anna Jones and I'm a senior at St. Clemente High School. As a district school board, you're responsible for promoting the health and well-being of all students, yet this policy is hypocritical and blatantly ignorant to this responsibility because it disproportionately places LGBTQ students at a risk of abuse, harassment, and discrimination. The sheer amount of students who have spoken on this podium and who are standing outside those doors proves that the Capo Unified students fiercely oppose this bill. Identity is personal and no one has a right to intimate details of one's identity without their permission. Gender identity and sexual orientation is not a mental health illness, but the abuse inflicted by this bill would drastically increase the mental health crisis in our schools. Religion has no place in school board policy, so I encourage your compassion, empathy, and supposed care for the safety and well-being of students to guide your decision on this bill. Please vote no. Thank you.
Gianna Flynn.
Hello, my name is Gianna Flynn and I'm a senior at San Clemente High School and I oppose this policy. Students have a right to privacy about their identity. While we are still teenagers, we still should be able to have a say in our own identities. Everybody deserves a say in who they are, and it isn't fair to single out some students for who they are and say that the person they are is something that should be reported. I sympathize with parents who are concerned for their children. I understand that you care for your kids and just want to know about them and make sure they are okay. However, we are not just your kids. We are people in our own right as well. We should be given the right to share who we are on our own terms. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mishka. Please go ahead.
My name is Mishka, and I currently attend Fred Newhart Middle School. I want to begin by stating how disappointed my fellow students and I are about the fact that we have to come here to address the anti-LGBTQ+ obsession of elected officials. It's not enough that we as students have to navigate with the daily struggles of learning, testing, bullying, and current world events. Now, you want to make our lives and the lives of teachers and staff more difficult. Students that don't have the safe space to come out to their parents see the school authorities as a safe haven to be themselves, and now you want to take that away? Why? What is your obsession? It's not going to make their life simpler. Some of them live in abusive, transphobic environments, which is one of the reasons they come out to educators in the first place. And now you also want to put teachers in a difficult position while also making the district subject to lawsuits. You should use this energy and time to think about how we're going to navigate the budget cuts to education, 4.3 billion to be exact. You should be unifiers, not persecutors of children. Your job as board members is to provide the best possible education to all students.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Chapman.
Hello, my name is Emily Chapman, and I'm a senior at Aliso Niguel High School, and I'm also one of 2 presidents of the Aliso Niguel Theater Company. In my time in high school, I became very close with a girl named Lola. Lola came out as a trans woman to her parents when she turned 16, and that same night, her parents kicked her out of her house, and she lived on the streets for a few months until she was found by authorities and someone adopted her. She spent years suffering, and she had panic attacks every single day, not because she was a trans woman, but because her family abused her and kicked her to the streets. When she finally joined theater, which is a place we work so hard to make sure that anyone can be whoever they want, she finally was able to find a place where she could be happy, and her panic attacks subsided. Well, she was as happy as she could be under the circumstances. I've worked so hard to make the Aliso Niguel Theater Company a place where everyone is accepted, so please don't vote yes on this.
Our next speaker is Mia Perez.
My name is Mia Perez, and I'm a senior at Aliso Niguel
and I'm the managing director of the Elise Nagel Theater Company. More importantly, I'm an LGBTQ student in this district and a human entitled to my right of privacy. I am one of the luckier ones in our community who have gotten the chance to come out on my own terms. Throughout my time in theater, I have met those who aren't as lucky, and I learned their stories. But the parental notification policy being proposed tonight does not know any of them. How many of the 41,000 do you know? This policy would target members of the LGBTQ community, forcing teachers to out their students without knowing if it were safe for them to do so, labeling it as concern for their mental health. I could personally count how many people I love who would not be safe in their own homes if this policy were to pass, and could even end up homeless due to this invasion proposed. I sincerely doubt that putting students into potentially dangerous situations would protect their mental health. Therefore, I implore the CUSD board to take the action that will truly protect the mental health of students and make their schools a place where they are able to be who they truly are, rather than a place where they must live in fear. If parents were truly concerned with supporting.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Eli Gunn.
My name is Eli Gunn, and I'm a student at Elisa Nagel High School. I have gone through 13 years of education, all of which I have heard the phrase, talk to a teacher if anything's wrong, if you feel uncomfortable, unsafe, etc. As a student, I have gained a level of trust towards my teachers. We constantly learn to trust our teachers and view them as a figure to look up to and to consult about our problems. Trust is built every year, and naturally, as we get older and more mature, these trust strengthens even more. By issuing the parental notification, we are removing the trust in our teachers. When issues occurring at home, the solution is not to have teachers break the trust that they have with their students. I am not asking, I am begging you to let us maintain this trust. Having an adult to trust, knowing you can talk to them whenever something is wrong is key. You have said this decision is to help those specifically vulnerable to emotional and physical harm. So please understand that we as students are begging you to not pass this and increase this harm, expanding it to unsupportive parents. Is children should stay silent and not trust their teachers really the message we want to send? If so, reconsider.
Taylor Jannard.
My name is Taylor Jannard, and I'm a senior at ANHS who is a part of the LGBTQ community. When I entered my high school for the first time, I was told by the school that all students are welcomed and should feel safe in their school environment. This feeling of safety cannot be guaranteed, as kids are cruel. This safety should and is told to be guaranteed by teachers at least. How are students supposed to feel safe coming to school when they now not only may feel unsafe around peers and bullies, but also their own teachers? What it sounds like is parents don't realize how much this bill can hurt your child. You say being transgender is a mental illness, but seem to be blind to the mental health issue of forced outing would cause. By implementing this policy, queer students would feel more disconnected from their teachers, school staff, and especially their parents. If this policy is implemented, students will learn it is not safe to open up to others whom they used to trust. More trans kids are going to hide themselves, not only from their parents, but everyone else. They know and only feel worse about themselves, especially if they know their parents do not have their support. Knowing many queer students.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Carter.
Etienne. I'm Alexander Carter Etienne by legal name, and I'm Ace Etienne when I'm at school and can use my comfortable name. I stand here today because this policy promises to protect our students from mental illness, and the policies ring hollow. This outrageous policy expands teachers' areas of control beyond what their job should pertain to and what they are qualified for. I know many great and incredible teachers, but they can't be expected and have no desire to force themselves into something that has so detached from education. Our schools can't work behind our backs, can't violate our privacy without our knowledge and consent, and then claim to be doing this for our sake. Parents shouldn't be forced into their child's school life without care to the student's desire for such a thing. This policy will force students to hide from their teachers if they want to keep their privacy, worsening the feelings of isolation that got them here in the first place. This promises to bandage the wound and will twist the knife.
Speaker, Demir.
Hello, my name is Demir Yavas, and I am a junior at Elisa Nagel High School. Helping students with mental health is a valiant effort, but this bill will have the opposite effect. Revealing your gender identity or sexuality is scary. There are unfortunately many people who would abuse and hate LGBTQ+ students for who they are.
Coming out is something these students need to be ready for and isn't something that can just happen without their consent. They have the right to privacy, and they may not be sure about how their parents would react if they came out to them. If a student is reported, at best, they will come home to supportive parents, but they would still be forced to deal with the anxiety of having a conversation they are not ready for. And at worst, they will be subject to verbal, physical, or mental abuse from parents who unfortunately do not love them for who they are. In fact, I knew a trans student who resorted to self-harm after their identity was outed without permission. Your goal is to improve students' mental health, but how do you plan to do that when you are forcing LGBTQ+ students into scenarios where they will be subject to abuse? It seems another purpose of this bill is to bring trust between.
Our next speaker is Zoe Campbell.
Hello, Capo USD board. I am a student at San Juan Hills High School, and I'm speaking against this parental notification policy. You say it is about mental health, but in reality, this policy already exists. And I see those of you not looking, not paying attention to us. We will not go unheard. This policy is outrageous and very dangerous for LGBT youth. I love my family for supporting me, but some of us don't have that luxury. I love my school for keeping me safe, and I hope that they can continue to do that. I love my country. My freedoms are very dear to me. I love my freedom of speech that allows me to be here and speak out. And above all, I love God for putting me on this earth to advocate for mine and others' rights. I pray for everyone that considers themselves my enemy and those who consider themselves my friend. As the book of Matthew reads in 5:44, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Isabel.
Hello, my name is Isabel Weber Kelly, and I'm a sophomore at San Juan Hills High School. I am not in favor of this bill being passed, and I think it's important for you to hear who this bill directly affects: the students. If this bill is passed, it does not do anything to help our mental health. On the contrary, it destroys the environment from a safe space that our school needs to be. This bill directly targets the LGBTQIA+ community and even puts them at risk for harm at home. And how could that possibly protect their mental health? Keep our schools safe and a place where we can be able to express ourselves comfortably. If you want to protect our kids, then please reject this atrocious bill. Thank you.
Rebecca Johnson.
Hola, mi nombre es Rebecca Johnson. Tengo 15 años y soy estudiante en San Juan Hills High School. Solamente quiero decir que escuchen y apoyen a sus hijos. Hi, my name is Rebecca Johnson. I'm 15 years old. Being a young Black female and being a part of the wonderful community of the LGBTQ is not easy. I first want to say I'm speaking for my best friend, Matthew Johnson, who sadly ended his life because he couldn't get the love and support he deserved. Parents, we're just asking you to listen to us. This is one of the main reasons why suicide attempts among LGBTQ+ increases. Parents, please listen to your children, make them feel heard, support them and respect them and their identities. Thank you.
Speaker 54.
Hi, I'm Arnav Ginani, a freshman at Aliso Niguel High School. Today I will read out a few quotes from a few people who are either scared of coming out or have been outed without their permission. Begin quote. My mother stated in the past that if their child was LGBTQIA+, she wouldn't love them anymore. End quote. After being outed to their family and everyone they know, this one said, begin quote, nowhere to go, alienated by family, I ended up on the streets where I lived off and on for 3 years. End quote. Begin quote. I would defend the LGBT community to my mom, and she straight up told me, "Are you gay? Because if you are, you can get out of my house." End quote. Begin quote. Apparently, my mother has been telling him that if he ends up queer or trans or bisexual or literally anything like me, she would kill herself. End quote. Imagine the stress that you are putting on so many innocent kids by threatening to out them to their parents. How can you justify this to yourself? When, not if, this policy results in a horrible situation for good, I don't want to see a drop of remorse from you. It will be directly your fault. You say this is to help with mental illness. Oh,
our next speaker is Kaiten.
Hi, my name is Kaden Nogi, and I'm a student at the Capistrano Unified School District of Aliso Niguel High School, and I disagree with the following policy in regards to the parent notification of their student's sexuality or sexual orientation. I believe that self-expression and your sexual identity is something that should be between you and your parents, and some people aren't given, again, like from what others said,
the benefit of like having their parents accepting them for who they are. Some people have like grown mental illnesses and mental problems just because they are scared to tell their parents about who they are as a person and that they're not allowed to express who they are. And I believe that a student is able to decide who they want to be instead of having to fit the role of a mold that their parents want them to fit. And school, I believe, is also a very important place for someone to feel safe and welcomed. And I believe that teachers and students, they get everything they want. And if this is something you can't accept about your kid, do you even love your children?
Speaker is Camden.
Hello, trustees. I'm Camden, and I'm a trans youth at Aliso Niguel High School. The only thing I really have to mention is I have a lot of family that's very homophobic. Thankfully, I'm blessed with two loving parents that allow me to be who I am. Had this been implemented when I lived with my extended family, I would have been shunned. I would have been hate crimed. I would have been hurted to extent to points where honestly it's not very mentionable in this area. I don't believe this is something we need to pass. All the mental health things that we recall on, whether our child is suicidal, wants to self-harm, wants to hurt others, those are things that are already in place. They are things that are already in act. If they are feeling this way, the school is required to act on these things and get them the help they deserve. I don't believe that's the job of the parents, but the jobs of those who are trained professionals. Thank you.
Ash DeRue.
Hello, my name is Ash Giroux. I'm a proud transgender student and a senior at San Clemente High School. I am very glad to be standing in front of you against the parental notification. All this will do is harm students. You don't realize because you don't live in it. If your student was trans, how would you react? Would you be open arms accepting, or would you be like some people and shun them and disown them and harm them? I have been out since 6th grade and have dealt with the bullying in public high school and middle school. You have done nothing to prevent this bullying because you say that there is not enough proof, even though enough has been shown. Just last week, I was called a slur in the school hallways, and you don't know how much that affects people because you don't care. All this will do is harm students who are already harmed. Thank you.
I'd like to call up the next 20 speakers, speaker cards that you have a buff card 1 through 20. Mickey, Sarah, Carol, Keith, Rockland, Eileen, Assemblyman Bill Eisler, Jessica Cook, Marcy, and Shelley. Mickey, please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mikey, and I'm a father of 2 sons in the district. Parenting is a lifetime job and does not stop when a child grows up. I think most parents, if not all, will agree that our children are the most precious beings in our life. We raise them to be the best they can be and provide them with love, education, resources, and to the best of our abilities, the tools they need to be successful so they can grow up into loving, caring adults. As a parent, I am very involved in my kids' life, and I'm there to feed them, clothe them, raise them, and teach them all I can. I am not here to judge or agree or disagree with a specific group or race or gender or anyone for their life choices. I'm here to advocate that no parent should be put or left in the dark when it comes to their child's well-being. Successful education systems have for centuries been successful because of the parent support and the parent involvement. It's understandable that parents want to be involved and informed about their children's well-being and in any significant aspects of their lives. Communication between parents and educators is crucial for a child's overall development and support. When it comes to sensitive topics like a child expressing interest in changing their gender,
thank you.
It's important for schools to handle these situations with care and respect.
Sarah Grimberg.
Thank you. I am a parent of 2 students in the Capo district. It's hard to follow the eloquent students who've spoken tonight. I think one thing that they made clear is that the majority of this proposition already exists. There are already laws in place to protect students' mental health. The only new item being slipped into this is the quote, other significant changes affecting a student's well-being. That is incredibly vague and doesn't offer any guidance on what it entails. Yet when Ms. Davis presented her proposal, she specifically called out and used as examples transgender people in schools, even though there's no reference to gender orientation or sexuality in her proposal. I would like to, it just demonstrates the inherent bias and prejudice inherent in it. And I'd also just like to close with.
Our next speaker is Carol Tober.
Hi, my name is Carol Tober. I've been a teacher, parent, and now grandparent in this district since 1988. I support the parent notification policy. As a teacher, we've always worked side by side with parents. Teachers do not want to lie or keep secrets from parents. Do not divide us. If we deny this parent notification policy, we will lose many families in this district, as we have since COVID. The private and homeschool community is growing rapidly. There are many former Capo students who now are parents. They are deciding where to send their children in light of all these agendas that are not family friendly. Please know your families that you represent. Listen to them, not the activists. A final point is teachers are already mandated reporters. So if we see abuse of any kind, we have to report it. So fear of parent abuse is not a reason to not support this policy. Please vote to support it.
My name is Keith Allen, and I'm a parent of a transgendered child. Trustee Davis, I have sat here watching you roll your eyes, playing on your phone this entire time when all these speakers were going forward. I don't care, your trustee. The point is, you have falsely couched this policy as one to protect mental health of the children, but gender identity is not and never has been an issue of mental health. Your position proffered here is the same as claiming that being gay or lesbian is a mental disease, when all the current medical and psychological experts agree that homosexuality is biological. This is also true for transgenderism. You talk about depression and suicide, et cetera, rates relating to members of the LGBTQ community. The truth is, those children who do suffer from depression or suicidal thoughts generally suffer from it due to a lack of support from their families. This bill will only increase that. This bill will only worsen the problem. You guys will be held personally responsible. And to all the teachers, be advised, I am a lawyer and I will be watching.
Rockland Fairweather. Yes. In the back. Any other speakers who have paperwork to give to the board, please take it to the back table to save time. Thank you so much. Rockland, go ahead.
Kids can't even be tattooed without parental consent. As a teacher, I've been told I'm not allowed to give Tylenol for headaches or Neosporin or Vaseline for cuts. I can't give calamine lotion for itches or sunblock to prevent burns. I can't even give chapstick for dry lips. Why now does all this change? The district should be transparent with the parents and help support them as they raise their children. As a government entity, we should support the parents. We should teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. We should not be getting involved with hormone therapy when they have gender dysphoria. They're not little scientific experiments. Chromosomes can't be changed. Let's follow the science. The science speaks truth. Why allow minors whose brains are undeveloped decide things they're going to regret later in life? Love does not allow a kid to run into the middle of the street. We stop them from harm. So, if you see something, say something. So why do we want to hide from the parents? That usually means something's wrong.
Speaker is Eileen.
My name is Eileen McDowell Elvins, Dana Point. My twin brother is a professor at Boston College, and he is gay. That gayness is as genetic as my hazel eyes and his blue eyes. Now, despite the fact that it was over 50 years ago that he came out, violence against LGBTQ people has increased. I would like to say it hasn't. Kids need to know who they can talk to and trust about these issues. And as John tells me, too often what he discovers is that the home is not safe. At Boston College, faculty have gone through training so that they can be identified as a safe place. and a rainbow sticker on their office door says, you can come and you are safe here. If you pass this requirement to alert parents and guardians if a teacher or a person thinks a student has gender issues, you're inviting serious trouble. If you think parents, the school should become the tattletale, I suggest you develop a closer relationship with your child so you know their identity. Please don't go backwards. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Esley? Isali?
Good evening, Board. I'm Assemblyman Bill Asaley. The fundamental question presented to you tonight is what authority do you have as a school board to withhold information from parents? The answer is none. You have none. Parents have the constitutional right to raise their children. They are not spectators. They are the driver in the driver's seat. They are the captain of the ship. And can I just say, I think it is completely disrespectful that you took a whole hour to listen from children than the parents who took the time off to be here tonight, who are the taxpayers, the voters, the people that you answer to. And you spent an hour listening to children who are being used as political pawns by the left to emotionally manipulate and to advance an ideology. It is ridiculous. And if you don't heed the parents tonight, you will hear from them at the ballot box in November. Do the right thing. Protect these kids from a road that will lead them to medical intervention, hormonal replacement, and sterilization. What the hell are we doing?
Speaker is
Thank
Jessica
you.
Cook.
Hi, my name is Jessica. Oh, no.
He should be out. He should be out. He should be out. He should be out.
He's making threats. He should be taken out.
I need order in this room right now in order to continue.
Jessica Cook, please go ahead.
My name is Jessica Cook. I have 2 children in this school system, unlike people tonight who don't have children actually at the schools. Mandatory reporting for IAPs, 504s cover a lot of what's in this policy. And the thing about the policy that's bad is it's unnecessary and it's vague. It's open to subjective decisions to notify the parents about everything. Parents don't need to know everything. I don't need to know that my son got in a fight with Mary in class, so they had to be separated. I know because I have a good relationship with the teacher and my son. Many years ago, a teacher once told me, be careful of what you say to other parents because a home isn't always a safe place. This policy isn't about helping kids because if it was, the people in white would be standing next to the people in purple because we are the ones raising the children that are bullied, that are high risk for suicide, that spend every day fighting to be who they are.
Our next speaker is Mari.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate your time. I appreciate Trustee Davis, your thoughtful comments. It almost leaves me not having to say much. I really appreciate the time you took to do that. My concern is I just don't ever think it's okay to lie to parents. We shouldn't be teaching our children it's okay to lie. We shouldn't have teachers teaching our children that it's okay to lie. It's really concerning to me that we're setting that example for young children. It's never okay to lie. It just leads us down a very bad path. And children don't have the right to privacy. I know they want it. And I know children get mad at their parents, but they really don't have the right to privacy. We love them more than anyone. And we have the right to raise them and we have the right to direct their education. The Constitution has told us so. So I will really appreciate if you will take this seriously and protect our parental rights. It's very important. And the relationship between teachers and parents is really important. And I hate to see that destroyed. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate everything you do. And I hope you'll consider parents and children.
Shelley, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, I have 4 sons who graduated from San Juan Hills. Under the current policy, parents are notified about mental health issues, behavior, and safety issues. The policy proposed by Trustee Davis was copied and pasted from the website of a group with anti-LGBTQ members. No policy impacting all students should be written by bigoted people. Policy should not be approved to appease bigotry. Policy should be written by mental health professionals, admin, teachers, staff, students, parents, using vetted information and data. For attention, individuals and PAC-funded groups manipulated the anger over COVID by lying about and demonizing our teachers and our LGBTQ community. They sowed division, hate, and fear, and now they are attacking and bullying kids and teachers on social media, at schools, for the camera, for clicks. This is harming kids and is dangerous. Kids don't hate others or themselves unless they are taught. Please don't teach hate. Please vote no. Thank you to all the teachers and staff at CUSD. You are amazing. And this mama is grateful forever.
Barbie George.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Barbie George. I'm the mother of 5 children. And I just want to say that parents are not the enemy. Parents are not the enemy. As the mother of 5 children, I watched my children go from nursing, cutting their first tooth, their first steps, being with them every step of the way. And I want to know everything that happens to my children. And in school, even if they get so much as a paper cut, I want to know about it. We should not vilify parents. Why would parents sacrifice their lives to provide good lives for their children if they wanted to harm them? And I'm not going to say that, there aren't situations, but our children are our children and we love them. So please stop vilifying parents and please be thoughtful towards each other. Thank you.
Kane Durham.
Hi, my name is Kane Durham. I'm here on behalf of Pride at the Pier. There's been a lot of conversation tonight, and I'm sure there still will be, about enemies and who loves their kids the right way. So right off the bat, I'm going to say, I think everyone here loves their kids dearly, whether you're in white, whether you're in purple. I don't think that's not the argument that we're having. For me personally, the issue that I have with this policy is about the student's consent. Coming out is a terrifying experience, regardless of how loving your home is. I know I've come out to a lot of people, some of whom have been very accepting and some of whom who haven't. But that is an action that should be the choice of the student. And having a situation where they can come out to a teacher and understand that this is a safe, trusting space will give them the confidence to come out to their parents. That's what this is about, the student's consent. Thank you.
Mariella. Speaker card 13, Mariella. Following Mariella is Liz. Okay, Liz, why don't you go ahead and speak while we wait for Mariella to come up?
This is my 9th year as a school counselor in Capo. I am currently the counselor at Oso Grande Elementary School. When students choose to share something with me as little as feeling nervous about a recent life change or as big as questioning some part of their identity, I always ask, is this something they have shared with their parents? I encourage students to share with their parents when it's safe. As a parent myself, I sincerely want parents to be on board and aware of all things going on in their children's life. One of the first things you are trained to do when learning how to support LGBT students is help them share with their parents when safe to do so. But the sad fact is it's not always safe to do so. There are several risks associated with sharing with an unsafe parent, including risks of homelessness, depression, abuse, and suicide. The statistics on homelessness LGBT youth are staggering. 55% report that they ran away from home because of mistreatment due to their identity. LGBT youth with high levels of parental rejection are 8 times more likely to report attempting suicide and 6 times more likely to report high levels of depression. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24, and LGBT youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide. If this policy was truly about supporting mental health.
Mariella, please come forward.
Good evening. I'm going to talk to the board and then to the kids. To the board, are you in favor of our children's well-being? Let's remember that our kids are minors. No wonder they're so confused. We live in a mental health crisis. We're talking about kids that are 10, 12, 14 years old that have no capacity to understand nor decide what's best for them. For the same reason that they're not allowed to drive, buy alcohol, vote, or even get a tattoo. I've heard the position of all the ones who oppose this policy, but they're mostly, I have to say, trans minors. Remember, they're minors, the ones who oppose this policy, and the percentage of the trans kids at school is still a minority. Just listening to this group of kids confirms that we are living in a mental health crisis. The schools should be working along parents. We are the adults. Kids will always want to hide things from their parents, like the drug use, alcohol use, or not even doing their homework. This is natural to kids to hide things from their parents. And to the kids.
Our next speaker is Steve.
Thank you.
As a reminder, just a distance from the mic and you won't get the feedback.
Hi, my name is Steve Noblock, member of the San Clemente City Council. My son attended San Clemente schools, junior high and high school and elementary school. And it's hard to express in 1 minute the outrage and the horror that this board would even consider denying parents the right to receive the notification that their children are receiving potentially life-threatening and life-permanent mutilation to their bodies. Many may argue that this is a child's choice alone, freely made, and needs to be protected. These decisions are not freely made. Many believe that they're the result of grooming by the very individuals that have been entrusted with their care and protection. By way of analogy, if children are regularly and routinely taught in every class from history, civics, social studies, PE, and science, that the outlaw Jesse James was an honorable and upright citizen and should be emulated in every way, it would be no surprise that we would have a growing generation of young thieves and bank robbers. At least, board, have the decency to notify parents that their minor children are even suspected of wanting this life-changing thing. Thank you, and please vote yes.
Shelley?
Hi, so many people have already come up here and said all the things that I would say. So I simply want to say, I'm Shelley Greer. I live in Mission Viejo and my kids go to CUSD schools. We've been in the district for 15 and a half years. I would like to thank the board for always sticking to the education code when there have been conflicting viewpoints. I would like to ask that you do that again, that you follow state guidelines and education code instead of following special interest groups and not pass this harmful and unnecessary policy. I support our teachers, and I know that the bond of trust between them and their students must not be broken for them to have a safe learning environment. Thank you.
Lisa, please come forward. Lisa Philbin, speaker 17. Next, speaker 18, Maya.
Hello, this policy is vague. I mean, is the intention to turn teachers into KGB agents reporting everything they see? Am I going to get a call from my son's teacher telling me that, hey, he was wearing pink socks today? Because it kind of sounds like a form of mass surveillance. Now, I know this is a forced outing policy, because those in the LGBTQ community don't have it hard enough already. 48% of LGBTQ youth out to their parents say that their families make them feel bad. One child not out said, if my parents found out I'm gay, they would disown me and kick me out. This does not create trust in the school system or raise money for our schools. It's discriminatory against a protected group, so it can cost the school district a lot in legal fees if it is passed. Not very fiscally responsible. This policy has no educational benefit. So how about supporting policies that improve education and stop wasting time on policies that brew hate?
Frank Rodriguez.
That's me. Good evening. My name is Frank Rodriguez. I'm a 31-year-old gay man pushing back against the hijack agenda of the LGBT Incorporated. You want to know a funny story? Is Florida did this policy almost 2 years ago? Let's guess how many transgender youth killed themselves. None. You want to know another fun fact? Chino Valley implemented this policy and outed 15 kids. Let's guess how many of those kids ended up homeless or killed themselves. None. Implementing a policy like this is paramount to keeping my community safe. We are overwhelmed with drug addiction, mental health issues, and suicidality rates. All of the leading mental health industries like NIH, keeping families involved in this topic reduces that significantly. Keeping children away from their parents simply because you are in fear of something that might happen leads that child down a road that is going to impact their mental health significantly in a negative way. Keeping them involved is very important. Love parents. They're here to support you, and you are not a licensed lady.
We'd like to call up speakers 20 through 30 to begin lining up. Speaker cards 20 through 30. Amber Smith, Elizabeth Fair, Mina, Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, Eva Harrison, Chelsea Boyle, Sarah Phillips. Please line up, and Amber, please go ahead.
The petition you were handed a little while ago was a pro-parental notification with 2,179 signatures from parents that vote in this district. Unfortunately, I don't think the students and some of the parents read or understood the policy. This isn't an outing policy, and they aren't the only kids suffering from mental health issues. There are other kids in this district that need help. And by not passing this policy, it's going to harm those students. Do you want their blood on your hands? Like those kids said. By not passing this policy, come on, it's not all about the LGBTQ community. There are other students in this district and their mental health matters as well. Hiding things from parents doesn't allow parents to get their children the help they need. All children matter. If these kids are worried about abuse, we have a policy for that. Their parents need to be reported.
Elizabeth Bear.
I'm Elizabeth Bear. We raised our children in South County and we own a home in Dana Point. I was the administrator at San Clemente Hospital and have a deep understanding of the complex interplay between health status and psychosocioeconomic factors affecting youth. My child is trans. According to the 2023 Trevor Project, less than 40% of transgender and non-binary youth say they live in gender-affirming homes. Trans youth are highly likely to be abused and rejected by their immediate family when they come out, which means they are overrepresented in foster care homes, juvenile detention centers, and homeless shelters. Not every child can be their true selves at home without risking their physical or emotional well-being. Kids do not give up their legal and constitutional rights to privacy by enrolling in public school. Coming out is a personal journey that needs to be driven by the individual's timeline. This parental notification policy is not in the best interest of children. You will see more mental health crisis and more children in emergency rooms if it is approved. I ask you to oppose this policy.
Mina Jendi.
Hello, thank you for the time. I'm a parent of two kids in this district. And as a loving parent, I urge you to vote yes on the proposed parental notification. First and foremost, parental notification fosters transparency and, more importantly, trust with which we all know is lacking given everything that's happening. Parents have the fundamental right, often recognized by law, to be aware of their children's progress, safety, and any notable incidents at school. This transparency not only aligns with your legal obligation, but more importantly, creates a sense of collaboration, enabling parents to actively participate in their child's upbringing. Is building trust truly a priority? I ask you. I would like you to ponder the following scenarios. Would you do business with a financial institution that only transparent when it suits them? Would you go to a doctor who only semi-transparent with the state of your health? The point is, trust is the core foundation to any successful relationship. Trust is the only thing that will put both of us on the same team to educate, enrich the lives of these precious children every step of the way. Thank you.
Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center OC. I'm also a former student of Ambul Elementary, Marco Forster Middle School, and Capistrano Valley High School, where I graduated in 2005. I find your parent notification policy suspect and ambiguous, especially as other districts have introduced and passed similar policies, which negatively affect the safety and privacy of transgender and non-binary students. Take into consideration the potential implications of this policy in its current written form. Not all students have parents who are accepting and affirming, and this is particularly true for transgender and non-binary students who are at increased risk of family rejection and, unfortunately, in some cases, homelessness. It is my hope that you will reconsider this absurd policy, respect student privacy, as well as the diverse student parents who are outside waiting to come in. Also, take into consideration how many people who spoke today are direct constituents of this district.
Our next speaker is Eva Harrison.
Safe teachers don't lie to parents. I'm obviously clearly in favor of a parental notification policy. I'm here every month. I have 2 students in this district. If you read this policy, and I mean actually read it, I cannot fathom why you would be against it. I was told by Trustee Jones that Capo already has a notification procedure in place. You told me you'll ask a staff person to respond to me so I can get specific information. I received nothing. Regardless of what's in place, it's clearly not working, and because running the Capo Parent Info page, I've heard countless stories of people who have been left out of issues kids experienced at school, whether that's bullying, grades dropping, drastic little behavioral changes. Parents need to be informed. Parents love and know their kids best. It hurts my heart to hear all these kids in fear for their lives
What is going on in those homes? It's scary. If a parent is abusive, teachers are mandated reporters and have to report abuse. If they fail to do so, that's a completely different issue.
Chelsea Boyle. Sarah Phillips.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a mom of 2 in the district. I oppose the parental notification policy. Being LGBTQ+ is not a mental illness. We already have these procedures in place, so why not educate the community on them? The vague language in the policy will allow for dangerous interpretations and lawsuits. This policy has taken advantage of the political climate for one board member's own gain, using the term parental notification to stir up emotions as if the parents aren't already kept in the loop about their children. There's no reason to think that teachers or counselors have been underreporting important mental health issues. It's deceptive and making it seem like the school sites aren't already doing the right thing for students. There is no evidence anyone has been keeping secrets from parents, nor intends to do so. Thank you.
Manook.
Hello, board. My name is Manu Gregorian, and I have 4 beautiful daughters attending LA USD. We heard a lot of LGBTQ students saying that they are accepted in their families. What makes you guys think that the parents that want to be notified are not going to accept these children coming out? We as grown-ups cannot let children tell us what to do. This is a grown-up matter, and I'm a parent, and I want to be informed with everything that is happening in my children's life at school. Because one thing I know, that no one cares for my children more than I do. And for the board to think that I'm going to be an abusive parent just because my children are coming out, that's wrong. A parent that is abusive should be very strongly looked at by the government, by social services, and by the school district itself. And we cannot not exclude parents in children's uprising. Parents are their #1 resource when it comes to education, love, and care.
Reverend.
Thank you, and happy birthday, sir.
Reverend Kent Doss.
Good evening. My name is Kent Doss. I'm the minister at Tapestry Unitarian Universalist Congregation. It's been my privilege to serve many families from this district as they raise their kids in your schools. First of all, I want to say to our trans and queer young people, you are a blessing to this world. You are loved just the way you are, and there is a place for you in Orange County for all of you to be safe and whole. I will admit, I am an opinionated person like many of the people here. Sometimes I think I know what is best for others. A simple rule tempers my self-righteousness sometimes. If I truly want to help people, I try to start by listening to the people themselves. You've heard from transgendered students in this school district telling us that this forced outing policy will deeply negatively impact their lives and their educations. Help them by listening.
Next speaker is Peter.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm the parent of 2 current Capo USD students, and I'm under the age of 45, so I guess I know what's going on. Truth, collaboration, and transparency are all fundamental for the success of any relationship. These hallmarks should exist between all 3 groups: parents, schools, and the students. When cover-ups, concealment abound, the circle of trust is broken. Never, ever in any successful relationship have obscurity and concealment led to successful outcomes. Our children's health and well-being are of the utmost importance. As parents, we love our children more than anyone and know what is best for each one of them as individuals. Parents are not the enemy. We're our children's #1 advocate. Remember that we already have laws in the books to protect children from abusive parents. Teachers, counselors, etc. are mandated reporters for any forms of abuse. I urge you to support the parental notification policy.
Before Mia begins, we want to call up the next 5 speakers, speaker 31 through 35. Mia, go ahead.
Hi, I'm here, a parent, and I'm also the vice president of the Alicia Miguel Theater Booster Club. I'm here today to show opposition towards the outing policy proposed to the school board. This policy directly opposes students' right to expression and to be their authentic selves, and creates an environment of intolerance and fear within our schools. Students should be able to be safe and supported in their schools and to be allowed to be their true selves without fear of punishment and judgment. I urge you to reject this bill to give students the independence to express themselves freely and to promote a culture of acceptance and tolerance to all people within our district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt. Speaker card 31, Matt. Speaker 32, Brianna Boyle.
Hi, I am Brianne Boyle from Rancho Santa Margarita. I am a private college advisor and I've worked with hundreds of students in this district. I am here for those students. I have read college essays from my students who have come out to me as a member of the LGBTQIA2+ community. Some of those students aren't out to their family because of the danger that would meet them if they were to share that part of them. As educators, we are part of the student's safety nets, and sharing information without the consent of the student is breaking that trust with the student. In case you weren't sure, I am against this new policy. Have you heard these students tonight? Listen to them. They are the students who will be living with your policies that will put them in harm's way. The students tonight that are speaking here are speaking more truth and more freedom than the adults who are here speaking to you. Please listen to them.
Matt. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Matt D. I am here to represent my three kids. I have a freshman daughter in high school and a son in elementary school and another daughter in elementary school. I'm not an activist. I'm a dad. I've never been here before. I love my kids dearly. I'm sad that there's children here that feel like they would be abused if they came out. These children don't seem like they're very afraid of coming out. They feel like activists. I love my kids. I want what's best for them. And I really would love to have teachers on the same side as myself. We're a community that works together to raise children, but the decisions are the parents. And if I don't get those decisions, if I'm not able to make the decision for my children to love and care about them the best way that I know how, I'll take them out of the school.
Shannon.
Good evening. I've read the parental notification policy and I'm positive that not everyone here has. It focuses on mental health. It's definitely not the Chino policy. Tonight, I've taken notice of Capo's multi-tier support plan. Keywords I've noticed: family fact sheet, positive behavior, early intervention. Therefore, all changes in behavior require family and early intervention. Educators and administrators do not get to decide whether the distress our children are in require early intervention or not. All of these children that have stated they have unsafe, abusive homes should absolutely have the district's intervention and protection. Take note of how many crises these children have stated that they are facing. Everyone is in a purple shirt, majority from 2 schools. Isn't that curious? I do not trust Capo USD. Many parents don't. Transparency plus teamwork equals trust.
Susie Taylor.
Hi, my name's Susie Taylor. I have 2 kids here in Capo District. I don't have a lot to add because I think that our children, our students have said it so brilliantly, and I hope that you will listen to them and take what they say to heart. Just a couple of things. One, this policy is redundant. I have read the policy. My husband, who's an attorney, has read the policy. It's redundant. It's also ridiculous. If as a parent, you are concerned that you are not raising your child and that this policy is going to prevent you from raising your child, that's a parental issue, not a school issue. I urge you to let the teachers teach. Don't make them force out children who are not ready to come out to their families. We have amazing students and amazing staff and amazing teachers. Thank you for being here. We appreciate all of you, especially those that are paying attention to all of us.
Jennifer Kennedy, speaker 30.
Hi there. Good evening, board. Jennifer Kennedy. I'm an attorney. It's nice to hear from other attorneys in the audience. Listen, there is a mental health crisis in this country. It's called rapid onset gender dysphoria. And did any of the children read the policy? Because if they did, they'd love the policy. It does nothing. It says nothing. It's vague. It's ambiguous. It will expose you to liability. We are here in front of school boards to notify parents of gender dysphoria. When kids are asking for new names, new pronouns, and new bathrooms to use them publicly, we are here to give parents a chance to step in and stop a contagion and a pathway to medicalization and sterilization. I appreciate the comments about the other things going on. Escondido is specifically about hiding gender dysphoria. Trifecta of harm is specifically about hiding gender dysphoria. Erica Anderson specifically says involve parents in gender transition. This policy does not do that. It's appeasement, and it doesn't actually do anything to notify parents about gender dysphoric children.
Trustees, the time is now 10 o'clock.
Okay. So moving forward, I need a motion to consider a board policy for parental notification.
So moved.
Okay. Okay, moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Bullicus. All right, so trustee discussion. Any trustee? Student member Pierce?
Yes, I would like to say something.
Of course.
So I want to start off by saying that I've read the policy, I understand the policy. And I just have a few questions about the policy, and I know many of us as well do have questions. Trustee Davis, do you mind if I ask you a question? Okay, so in your policy in the beginning, it states that other significant changes affecting a student's well-being. Can you please specify what you mean by other significant changes?
Certainly, anything that is going to affect their mental health. So grab my list. Depression, anxiety, psychosis, self-harm, suicide, addiction, the distress surrounding gender identity issues, emotional instability, displays of anger and violence, family systems disintegration. To name a few.
Okay, thank you. I just have a quick question. So you said gender identity. This isn't in the policy, and I'm just worried for confusion for trusted adults and teachers who read this policy, and it's kind of up to interpretation of what they believe is a significant change. And under your policy, does that mean that children who tell teachers that they want to identify with different pronouns, is that reportable? Are teachers supposed to report that back to the parents?
Right now, currently pronouns are, maybe staff could best answer this. Pronouns are available to parents on Aries or available to parents. Can someone please answer that?
Certainly. So currently, if a student changes their pronouns or their preferred name on Aries, then the counselors will counsel with the student and let them know that when it is changed on Aries, it does become viewable on the parent portal.
Okay, respectfully, it did not answer my question. I'm wondering if a student who tells a teacher that they are wanting to go by different pronouns without parental notification, without telling their parents, will teachers then have to report back to the parents that they had that conversation?
How is it currently being navigated? If someone could please answer that.
Excuse me, trustee Davis. I'm wondering under this policy, if this policy is passed, will that change?
Go ahead.
The answer is if a student goes to a teacher and requests a pronoun change, as Superintendent Brown said, it is entered onto Aries. That any parent, yes, it goes onto the Aries portal, and that is the parent portal. If it is a name change, And they will correct me if I'm wrong, because they're the ones who gave me the information. If there's a name change, that goes on to Canvas. And again, parents can see that. So correct me if I'm wrong.
I think we have some clarification again.
Okay, so the pronoun would be viewable on Canvas. It's not in Aries. The preferred name would be viewable in Aries.
Go ahead.
My question was, if this policy is passed, will those conversations that are private, will those have to be revealed to the parents before an official Aries change or Aries with this policy, or any kind of gender identity and like if a student were to say, hey, I think I'm part of the LGBTQ community, or hey, I think I want to identify as a different pronouns or by a different name. Under your policy, are these considered significant changes that will have to be reported?
Student board member. So what would happen if the policy were to pass is the district would then create an AR that aligns with the policy, and the AR would come through staff, and the AR would spell out exactly what would or would not happen in the practice that would go into the policy. So that would be determined after the policy were passed. If the policy were not passed, then there'd be no AR created. So it would depend on the actions of the board this evening to then create an AR after this evening.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other trustees, comments? Trustee Bolkus.
As I had referred to in my opening comments and had shared, there was a parent who sent to me this article from a psychologist and assistant clinical director from Berkeley, and it's called "The Panic Hurt Teens. How can we help them recover?" And I would like to share with you some comments that were in this, some statements. Coming of age in the pandemic has been rough on a generation of teens. Many forces converged with normal developmental processes to create a perfect psychological storm. Pre-existing mental health care that's been going on at least for the last decade is in an intrusive social media, political polarization and instability, and real existential threats like gun violence. Researchers have been studying how teens have fared and how can they be better supported. And new guidance is emerging from parents and teachers who are helping teens to recover from these extraordinary, turbulent years. One of the highlights pointed out, and this was from a family therapist, parent educator. There was different input into this article, Sherry Wong. Resume collaboration with teachers. The three-way relationship among teachers, kids, and parents that have long proven to support students broke down during the pandemic. Parents, kids, and teachers missed out on the benefits, collaborative relationships, friendships that were seamless because of sharing information that happens when on campus and the ability to in-person interact. Reach out to teachers and other parents to resume that communication and learn how to best support your students. I believe this policy is collectively caring about students and in this world of many health issues that they are facing. In fact, adults are facing. I tried to get statistics and I had requested some, but it was very limited in what I received in response. So I reached out to my community who contacted the Orange County Health Department. And in the county health department, they have not tracked suicides broken down beyond age. They don't have statistics in terms of how many transgender youth have committed suicide. In fact, I think it's very important, and they're now starting to track that, as well as starting to track the suicides after they have transitioned and later commit suicide. Someone said it earlier, and I'm not sure who, but empathy. Empathy is the thing that parents need most with their healthier relationship with their children. And really, there are parents that could use some coaching in terms to have better relationships with their kids. I hardly believe anybody in this room or outside doesn't have a relationship with their kids. You're very involved with your children and you're here speaking for others who do not have that. But I don't believe we should kick parents out the door. The parent-child relationship could use some coaching. So let's work with parents. Let's teach and let's help them work with their kids. The first response should not be just disregard them. Until there's strong evidence that children are harming themselves due to parents, I stand firm on the family unit being the best support for any child, and even better when it's a teacher, counselor, parent together discussing the concerns with the student. Thank you.
Okay, any other trustees? Trustee Jones.
I think I'm ready. First of all, I wanted to apologize to Mrs. Harrison, and for not getting that information. We got a lot of email the last few weeks.
I know.
But thank you. A couple of other comments. A few people have remarked that the school shouldn't be involved in providing gender therapy or medical therapy or permanent mutilation to students. Schools aren't doing that. So I just hope that people realize that that is not happening. I also want to say that I don't care who wrote this policy. It's either a policy I'm in favor of or it's not. It doesn't make any difference to me where it came from. We heard from a lot of parents who said something along the lines of, I can't believe I have to request this. And in my view, you didn't have to request it, but what I'm hearing from that is that what we need is a single place where we do talk about parent engagement. I don't really like notification because that reminds me of, well, somebody in my neighborhood was just evicted and the sheriff puts a notification on the door. And that's a one-way kind of a word to me, but engagement is a partnership. And I think parental engagement is what we should be talking about. And I do not think that parents are the enemy. Not for a single minute. I think they're, never say never, but I do not believe that the people that work in this district think that. I would like to see not necessarily a policy, but a document that talks about many of the things that are in this draft. But some other things too that are not in this draft that are important. I had a discussion with a parent this week who told me that their child was not doing well in school and they never heard anything. And parents should hear. It doesn't even matter if it's about depression or stress. Parents should know. And parents are supposed to be notified about those kinds of things. So I would like to see a comprehensive document about how we intend to engage with parents. Mrs. Smith said very wisely, I think, that this is not an outing policy. I've been a little surprised to hear that a lot of people do see it as an outing policy, and maybe that is, I mean, Trustee Davis did mention that. I feel like we need to be communicating clearly in whatever format how we intend to engage. I like engagement better, and partner with parents, because truly parents are the first teachers. And I don't want, you should always listen to everything I say because I say a lot of unexpected things. I do also believe that the trust is lacking. And I think part of it is because we do not have a single document where we explain how we engage with parents. I want to correct what I think was incorrectly said earlier, and that is that if a student wants to change their name and wants to change their gender, we have a preferred name in Aries. We have a preferred gender. We do not change the name and gender unless there is a legal document requiring us. We have a preferred name, but I think originally the preferred name was like Susan wanted to be called Sue, right? And it is something different now. But what happens is that when a student wants that, they are referred to their counselor, and their counselor, if they say, you know, I can't tell my parents this, my understanding is, and staff will correct me if I'm wrong, their counselor says, why do you not want to tell your parents? What have your parents said or done that makes you feel that you can't tell them? And if they, you know, and I've never been in these conversations, I don't know. I am told by people who have had these conversations with students is that generally the student comes to the point of feeling that they can talk to their parents. But this is with a counselor, and it doesn't always happen. And sometimes when it does happen, the results are bad. But I do believe that the overwhelming majority of parents love their children and will love them no matter what, and will not reject them. I know that some do. I totally know that. I know of instances far less than this, that children were treated very, very badly by their parents. My uncle, who would be 100 years old, was a gay man, and I know how his parents and his grandparents treated him, and I know how my father had to defend him. So I'm aware of that. But we do believe that parents are integral to their children's academic success. We do want to engage with them. We do want a partnership, and I think we just need to have the parameters of that in writing. And some of those parameters will be what was in this document here, and some will be others. So I guess that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Quick comment.
Yep, trustee Ham.
So we have policy 520, and that's called parents' rights and responsibilities. To me, that's the far greater descriptor. And tagging on, if we can take a staff supply to this board, all of our policies that pertain to parents' rights and responsibilities, we have all that information. And so probably for me, if we still need to figure out how to put that in one spot, one click on our website, a parent handbook, whatever you feel would be the appropriate way, that so that all parents know what I know, right? So I knew it as a parent. I know it especially as a board member, because again, I have carte blanche. I have no excuse if I don't understand how a school is operating. If I have a question, I have carte blanche to that school, also to the superintendent and all staff. So rights and responsibilities. So I tag on that. To me, that's a far greater descriptor than the word notification. So we already have that in place, and I look forward to, excuse me, little dry. For it to staff figure out what would be the best way, as Trustee Jones has requested, to get that information out. Because the challenge is now, I feel unfairly, our schools have been painted in a very negative light, and they don't deserve that. So I'm looking forward to that, and we can move on. And I'm ready to call the vote whenever everybody else is.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Trustee Pritchard, just go ahead. Thank you. Trustee Parham.
I try to be very involved
with my kids and engaged in their lives. I pick them up, drop them off at practice, assistant coach their teams, get to know their friends, parents, their teachers. And I truly believe everyone in this room is that kind of parent. It's the ones who are not in this room that I'm more concerned about, but the ones who are here, we're all doing what we think is best for our own children. And because we're so engaged, rarely are we really caught off guard with not knowing something when it comes to our own children. Teachers have often spoken to me or my wife about something going on with one of my daughters. And, we learn about it very quickly. I mean, our teachers have been phenomenal about reaching out to us, whether it's Class Dojo or one of these other apps that they use, or just simply calling us. So, and I'm sure many of you have had the same experience with the teachers in Capo. In fact, I haven't heard any anecdotes where that didn't happen. We've heard a lot of things, but we haven't heard negative comments about teachers deliberately not telling you something about your own child. So that open line of communication is critical, and we're all blessed to have that with our teachers, and we appreciate that from them. So that suggests to me that our system is working. In fact, and I have a question for the superintendent and staff. Have we looked into any data? Do we have any data that suggests that we're leaving parents in the dark and that there's adverse consequences to those families or those students? Do we have any kind of data that we've generated?
So we have anecdotal data, but when it comes to complaints about parents not being informed of something like gender identity questions, since 2020, we've had 0 of those.
So that's the situation that I'm.
Okay, you had your opportunity to speak, and now it's our opportunity. I know, but we allotted the time. No, you didn't. And we gave it to you, and now it's our turn to discuss the item. Okay. I'm gonna stop the meeting, and then you won't get an opportunity to hear the vote.
Well, that's okay. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Well, go ahead. We have one. Go ahead, Pierce.
In my opening statement, I originally scribbled out a line, and I wanted to hear everyone. I wanted to hear all the students, all the parents, all the trustees. I wanted to hear what everyone had to say. And I mean, coming from me, my perspective, I know I'm biased, but I am a student. And I feel like this is an outing policy. And I do want to go back to my opening statement, and I want to say that this parental notification policy in its nature is divisive. It's unnecessary, and it's deep-rooted in both political and personal agendas. We need to stop creating this umbrella of mental illness to refer to specific communities. This whole mental illness is universal. The term mental illness is on a nationwide basis. It's covering adults and children. 1 in 5 adults struggle with mental illness, and 1 in 5 minors struggle from mental illness. It's an even playing field. And I feel like when I'm listening to all this stuff about mental health crisis, gender identity, I mean, is it the actual mental health crisis? Is it the people that are our generation that is so compelled to express their own identity, to express their own beliefs? Is this the mental health crisis, or is it the parents who are born in a different generation? Times are changing, so should opinions. We need to understand that this policy is what the truth behind this policy. And I urge everyone to vote for no on this policy and oppose this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna say a quick comment. I 100% believe in parent engagement. I do it every day. And I engage parents on a daily basis of those students that are in my classroom. But I appreciate Trustee Jones's comments and Trustee Hanachek's comments about there are resources out there for you as parents. And that's important for us to be able to communicate those out to you. And we can always do a better job at communicating and better transparency. But I do believe, I have a similar thought about the word notification. And I do think parent resources and how we can work better as a team. This is a team, and we know as a board that your involvement, parents' involvement in your child's education is vital to their success as students. So at this point, we're ready to call a vote. Go ahead, trustee Davis.
Few additional comments. First of all, I'm neither a homophobic or a bigoted person in any way, shape, or form. I am not opposed to anyone that is in the LGBTQIA+ community. Not at all. I have many friends, neighbors, family members that are part of the LGBTQIA+ community. This is in no way, shape, or form an outing policy. There is nothing in the policy whatsoever that even remotely covers that. This is a policy that is all regarding and all around mental health. If you read the policy, there is nothing in the policy that states anything other than that. And that is 100% accurate. We are in a mental health crisis. And the statistics for children is significantly different. And the data is not updated. And I have the mental health data from Orange County and the statewide. Depression in Orange County, 2020, in the year 2020, 27.54%. This is per 100,000 people. In 2021, it went up to 28%. In 2022, it went up to 27.98%. And in 22, 29.82. And in 2023, it's incomplete data because it's only from January to June 30th. It's already at 14.55%, which puts us now in the 29-30% category. Statewide for California in 2020 for depression per 100,000 people in California, 37.3%. In 2021, 41%. In 2022, 45.2%. In 2023, 21.5%. Again, that's June until June 30th. Suicide risks per 100,000 in 2020 in nation. 2020, 28.62%. In 2021, 29.66%. In 2022, 30.74%. In 2023, June to until June 30th, 15.69%. Suicide risks per 100,000 in 2020, 41.3% in California. In 2021, 44.6%. In 2022, 49.9%. In 2023, already 24.6%. This is a problem. I will not sit on this board and not address that problem. This has been the 3 years that I've been on this board. I have seen these numbers increase. The deaths, yes, suicides in our district in the last 3 years. We have them. That is not okay. We can do better to help and support our students in all mental health areas. No way am I going to allow you to say that this is an outing policy. I am sorry, but it is not. This is a mental health, and parents need to be informed and need to be on the team. My children, my 4 children, I would want my children to be part of the conversation with me, with teachers, with administrators, with counselors, and with professionals that have that background, that have gone to school. I would not want anyone. I am so grateful that we had students come and speak today. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you, all of you that are in the room, the students that are still here.
I appreciate and I want you to know that I love you. I care about you. I care about every single child in our district. And I have never, ever displayed anything other than love to anyone I've ever met.
Okay, trustee, go ahead, trustee Parham.
I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't make a comment on for all the students who spoke tonight and their eloquence. Although the ages comments maybe were not so great, and I certainly don't appreciate those tonight. But that said, what I was probably most proud of is the critical thinking skills of those students to see through the BS and to see through the misinformation. I think we're doing a great job teaching these students critical thinking skills because they came well prepared. And I think they taught us grown-ups a little bit, more about the next generation and what they're capable of.
Thank you. Okay, I'm calling a vote. All right. Ms. Hayes.
Student Board Member Pierce,
No.
trustee Willikis,
The question, are we just voting on approving this policy or the fact that it was brought up about notification, engagement of reworking it?
The policy.
No, this policy specifically, yes.
My vote is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Or aye.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Jones,
No, just because I think we need something different and more comprehensive.
trustee Pritchard,
Nay.
trustee Hannachek,
Okay,
trustee Parham,
No,
trustee Castellanos.
Nay. Okay, motion fails 5-2 with a preferential vote of nay from student board member Pierce. All right, the board is now recessing for 10 minutes. The time is now 10:30.
President Castellanos, you can reconvene the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hayes. We are now moving on to item 17C, board action to adopt district's initial proposal to California School Employees Association, Capistrano Chapter 224 CSEA for negotiations for the 23-24 fiscal year and CSEA's 23-24 initial reopener contract proposal to the district. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Bob Presby, Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services, to present the item.
Thank you, President Castellanos. Staff presents our initial opening proposals to CSEA Chapter 224 and also the initial proposal from CSEA Chapter 224 to the district. This is a requirement for negotiations before the parties can come to a collective bargain agreement. Staff recommends approval. And also our district negotiating team is excited to once again work with our CSEA labor partner.
Okay, trustees, I need a motion.
I would move approval.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanajek, second.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Davis. Ms. Hayes, do we have any speaker cards? Oh, I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm losing my mind. Ms. Hayes, any speaker cards? Okay, there are none. Now, trustee discussion. Are there any? Trustees? No? Okay, roll call vote.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. The motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved by trustee Davis, seconded by trustee Parham. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student Board Member Pierce.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee Pritchard.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Parham.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adjourn the meeting with a preferential vote of aye from Student Board Member Pierce. The time is now 10:47 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.